shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps us soul alive.
voices grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed. People, Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still their call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night. Fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains.
Greetings from here and welcome to VOB. Are we coming out loud?
Yes, Mr. Information Minister.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. And we are sorry for the break in transmission and the technical issues that has delayed us this far. And with us in the studio today, we have our honorable guest from America, and I would be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu, welcome to the show. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you from here, and greetings, lovers all over the world, Biafrans and friends from Biafrans. So we have our guests in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Tibor Nagy is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I have known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nagy is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary. And it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Tibor Nagy held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April of 2025 and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nagy was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised 2 presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President of Guinea in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then dealt with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Yes, thank you very much, and I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student. And I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American diplomatic service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the deputy ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship. And because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra, as well as similar groups such as Ambazoni?
Yeah, that's also a great question because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has. And I also know specific to Biafra that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, I've been following events in Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafran War. And even now, I've been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources, they do not get the investments, and the after effects of the Biafran War, which was more than 50 years ago, that there's still some after effects which the people are suffering from. So, like a couple of other places in Africa, it's tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they're getting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
Yeah, the whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States, has gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. Central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taken it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in with the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, you know, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been you know, very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile brigade heavily invests in time and energy on lobbying and advocacy in Washington, D.C. We have retained a professional lobbying firm, while the Neo Biafran movement has existed since the late 90s. A professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by Brigade in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist. And I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the U.S. Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policymaking important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In addition to the preliminary successes the Biafran lobby has had, where would you point to as lobbying successes, past or current, for group similar to the Biafrans?
Yeah, for groups such as yours, lobbying is really about the only way that they can get their cause into the attention of American policymakers. So I would point in the past, liberation struggles, which were trying to get justice for their cause, the African National Congress, leading to the freedom in South Africa, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Now you have successful efforts. For example, Somaliland. Like you, Somaliland has gotten a lot of attention recently. Your friends across the border in Anglophone Cameroon, southern Cameroons, the Ambazonians, they're also trying to pursue their cause for justice. So again, these are the kind of causes that get the best efforts through engaging with the lobbyists in Washington.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what you're saying is that what Biafra Republic government is doing is the right way to get the attention of U.S. government, and the right way to also get our freedom. Correct?
Absolutely, and again, it means engaging the right person, because unfortunately, as with anything, there are some people who are very effective at doing this, and there are other people who are not so effective at doing this. So it's essential for you to engage somebody who knows the people in Congress, who knows the people in the White House, who knows who does what at the U.S. Department of State, to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much, and special thank you to our lobby, Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you, Elias. The Biafra Republic government in exile has trans-action approach in engaging the U.S. government, making beneficial offers in the area of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Okay, so I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am no longer working for the U.S. government. I've now retired 4 times, so currently I'm retired. But obviously, Biafra has incredible natural resources. Biafra has incredible human resources. So if you're offering that kind of a transactional deal, then in my view, that would be looked at positively, from especially people in the Trump administration, because as you mentioned, President Trump has been a very transactional president. He's not looking for, long-term this or long-term that. He's looking for what is the interest of the United States of America. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself says, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of 3 qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer obviously would meet, I think, all three of those criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. But Ambassador, we believe that your voice matters. You might be retired, but you still ambassador, and we believe that U.S. government still listening to you. Thank you very much. As a follow-up for the previous question, Biafra Republic government in exile, which is Brigade, I think you already answered that question. So let me just go on. And for years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against Biafra or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block or at least condition attached the U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and the
Okay.
Christian population?
Yes. So let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. You know, we've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality, because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as also a follow-up to the previous question, Brigade has offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea. We know how important the Gulf of Guinea is. We believe this is valuable given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
Again, I cannot speak for the U.S. government, but obviously the United States is looking for strategic geopolitical areas for basing rights. So, in your engagement, that obviously would be something else that would be attractive for you to be putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. I also have another question regarding this. Can the Biafran military force, the Biafran Defense Force, Biafran Liberation Army, be an alternative for the U.S. in the area of Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to U.S. in Middle East?
Well, right now, official U.S. government policy is to recognize Nigeria. So that kind of a question would only be applicable in the future if there's further political evolution that goes on. because right now, I mean, the United States of America deals with the Nigerian military, not with other components. Even in the case right now of Somaliland, which actually runs its own territory, it has an army, and I know that our own Pentagon would be very open to engaging with them, but their engagement is limited because the United States policy is still to view one Somalia instead of individually recognizing Somaliland. So, your situation probably would be similar. So it would depend on future evolution.
Thank you, Ambassador. Why our focus is achieving self-determination for Biafra, we do follow the event in broader Nigeria as well. Many have observed that Nigeria is no longer a democracy and is moving toward a one-party rule and is looking to rig the 2027 elections. What are your thoughts on this, and what should the U.S. reaction be if the 2027 election do end up being rigged? You may have a unique insight into this, given your time as U.S. Deputy Ambassador to Nigeria during the annulment of the 1993 election and the rise of Sani Abacha.
Yeah, I mentioned I was there when Bashir and Abiola actually won the election. I got to know him pretty well, and he was an extremely frustrated man because I think the results were obvious to everybody, but Sani Abacha, Sani Abacha made himself the ruler of Nigeria. So Nigeria's had a very precarious political past, and it is in very dangerous territory again. You gentlemen all know that there was an understanding, not formal but informal understanding, that Muslim presidents would be followed by Christian presidents. And there was also an understanding that if the president was Muslim, the vice president would be Christian, and vice versa. And we also know now that that agreement has been broken. We've had Muslim presidents now, I think, for, if I'm right, for over 10 years. So the political situation is precarious. There have been some fairly influential people recently, including some of your human rights champions, who have cautioned that if people don't look out, then the country's on its way to the same road that unfortunately we have seen in some other African countries of it becoming a single party state. I think, when democracy was restored and Obasanjo became president, I think it was a very well devised plan to make sure that there would be at least two, if not more, national political parties. And it would be tragic for the rest of Nigeria if that system was now overthrown.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would a turn of Nigeria to one party rule also provide even greater reason and justification for Biafra aspirations?
Well, that's obviously up to the people of Biafra and the people of Nigeria. That's not the kind of decision that anybody outside can make for you. But that's definitely something that I'm sure that your leaders would put into the equation, because I understand that the whole thrust for what you're wanting to achieve is coming because the people feel marginalized. They feel like second-class citizens. They feel like they have not been getting their share of the national treasures, even though they are providing much more than their share to the nation. So, that's the kind of frustration that leads people to look around and say, there must be a better way to do this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know because of time, we still have a few more minutes left. From our conversation in Washington, D.C., U.S. officials are open to exploring possibility with us, which by their own admission, they will not have even considered just one or two of these years ago. We suspect that this is not only due to our education campaign, but also U.S. dissatisfaction with the Nigerian government. What are your thoughts on the performance of the Nigerian government as well as how we can keep pushing the envelope forward?
You know, you are absolutely right. It's almost like a demand and a supply factor because on the one hand, you have American policymakers who have become extremely disappointed in Nigeria. The victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue which has popped up, which American politicians and policymakers of all parties are looking at and saying, you know, this is absolutely wrong. But as we all know, sitting here, that Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential, but somehow, you know, you have to say the Nigerian people are extremely tough because they always get through these crises one after the other. But now they're going on at the same time. And with all of the crises going on, with all of the disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden you have your group, which is stepping forward, which is educating people and informing people about this solution that might be right in front of their eyes if they were to follow it or if they were to support it. So you have the interior factors and you have the exterior factors. And all I can say is that you are making your push at a very timely moment of history.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And we always are going to be grateful for somebody like you with your voice, and also our lobby here, Elias. We have already pushed a lot in Washington D.C. A lot have happened. A lot of education meeting after meeting, just like throughout last week. Even we travel far and wide, all the way to even Florida. So it's just a lot. And the people of Nigeria, those that identify themselves as Nigeria, are crying. They are tired. They can't afford food to eat, no road, no electricity, nothing is working. Everything is just falling apart. The people themselves are tired. Thank you very much. And
can I just can I just say one thing? One thing I have noticed: Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas Tech, I was in charge of all the international programs, and we had quite a few Nigerian students. So among the international student groups, the top grades were received by the Chinese students, but the second group were the Nigerian students, and most of them were in engineering or business. And I've always said, when Nigerians do so well outside of Nigeria, why in the world cannot it be one of the greatest countries on earth? Nigerians should be able to do just as well inside Nigeria as they do outside of Nigeria. And unfortunately, what has been stopping them has been the government.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Just because of the foundation of Nigeria, is built on faulty foundation. The division is just too much. That brought me to a former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan quote from former president before him, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, and other before him, that they said that Nigeria, that the British government is trying to make it work, but the people are not making it work because the people are different. So they always like if the Yoruba today happen to be the president, from the southeast Biafrans, they're not gonna like it. if the North happen to be the president, both the Southwest, Southeast, they have problem. Then if it just don't just work. So I think the best thing is us to go our separate way, and that's where it's heading to. Thank God that US is doing what they're supposed to do as leader of the free world now, and I'm so happy because going to Washington for the past 2 years, Elias have really taken me on a journey. We have had a lot of meet a lot of US. Actually, we have met with you, I believe, 3 or 4 times too. So, and what we hear coming from Washington, they are now beginning to shift, move from how they think about Nigeria before, because now they find out it's not going to work. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
And just one thing I want to add, Prime Minister, too. I think another timely aspect, and Ambassador, you might find this interesting, is that unlike in the 1960s during the first Biafran civil war, when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, because so many communities throughout Nigeria had been marginalized, unlike in the 1960s, a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafra, people from other tribes and other regions of the country, are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing because they themselves have been victims of either bad governance in Nigeria or have been victims of terrorism and these general plights. So if you in monitoring and speaking with non-Biafrans, the mindset of a lot of not the government but the Nigerian people is, okay, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go, because we're also suffering a lot of the same issues. So I think the good thing is I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the 67 to 70 war, because a lot of people throughout the country see the flaws in the system and now personally relate to many of the things that the Biafrans have gone through. Granted, the Nigerian government is, of course, vociferously opposed to the to what the Biafran aspirations are. But putting the government aside, I think in terms of the general population, even outside of Biafra, there's a lot of, if not sympathy, at least understanding. And I don't think the Nigerian government will even have the moral support to engage in heavily militarized conflict against the Biafrans. I think what they're doing against the Biafrans is already unpopular throughout the country. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy-handedness in dealing with the Biafrans. And I think from a population perspective, I think many things are moving our way. Of course, the Nigerian government has its vested interests, and they'll be much more aggressive towards the Biafrans for the foreseeable future. So I just want to add that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Elias. And Ambassador, I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. We just have a few more to go. And it actually shocked me, and I believe it shocked other people when they see this, find out that the same people that have been massacred today, like the Middle Belt, both the minority in the North, these are the same people that fought against Biafra, killed Biafrans in million. Yeah. And these are the same people that years ago, all of them be campaigning one Nigeria to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria they try to save is killing them. So they themselves, I believe, they want to leave, they want to exit Nigeria. They are getting tired. We need to save the life of the Middle Belt, minority in the North, even the Muslim moderate, whether Muslim moderate or whatever, no one deserves to die. So, each region just have to go their separate way. I believe even the North will live better on their own, the Southwest will be better on their own, the Southeast, which is Biafra, will be better on our own, and the Middle Belt, and they are good in agriculture, did not have a gold. There's gold in Zamfara, so the Southwest have minerals, and they also have a potential of surviving as a country of their own. We Biafrans also, we also survive on our own, of which if they don't, we will help them. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, we have just 2 more questions for you. What are your thoughts on how Biafrans should frame the Biafran struggle to the U.S. government and to international audience who may be unfamiliar with the conflict?
I personally think that Elias is eminently qualified in that regard because, the way to do it is to present very much what you were just saying, is that Biafra, I think, historically, the term was used in the 17th century, in the 1600s. So there is a distinct history, there is a distinct people, there is a close historical record. Then you had the horrendous circumstances of the war, the incredible suffering. I forgot if it was up to 2 million people who died. Now you're a region of anywhere from, I don't think there's been a census, but I know estimates go from 50 million to 70 million people in the region, very heavily Christianized. The last thing Biafra would want is to have any part of Sharia law, which exists, I think, now in 19 northern states of Nigeria. So it's almost like, I've heard Elias, it was, I think, Michael Rubin, who referred to a second wave of decolonization, that the first wave of decolonization in Africa was against the European powers that had colonized it. Now, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who's a different race, because being Hungarian, we were colonized by Austrians and Russians along with the Turks. So it can be that, in today's Africa, that some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group, and those forces are steering very quickly. So, information, education, the truth about what's going on, the truth that has gone on, and the kind of future that you want. I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people, and that's what I absolutely believe in, and that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you
so
very much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. From that, we Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia law is a no-go for Biafran people. And these Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically the division is there. It's just we need justice, because it's not going to work. And justice have to play its own role, its own part here, since we are not going to accept that Sharia law. And it's part of the reason why all feeling the middle belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to, see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly, I just want to quickly add to this. This is not an overblown concern. This is a very legitimate concern. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, has introduced legislation addressing this issue of the spread of Sharia law in Nigeria. It's throughout the north, but what people are less aware of is that the radical Islamic politicians in Nigeria are trying to bring it into the Middle Belt and even into the South. So, for example, in some parts of the Southwest, what we call the Yoruba traditional territory, they're now discussing in some states the introduction of Sharia law, which is very, it's not native at all, because, Ambassador, as you know, the Yorubas, they're a mixture of Christian and Muslim. They tend to be very moderate. Sharia law is really not indigenous to those people at all. And even with the Biafrans, Sharia law has not yet been introduced, but now the Nigerian government, for example, we've noticed propaganda recently talking about this concept of Igbo Muslims, which is very strange. And we see this as the beginning of what they're already trying to do in the Southwest, of trying to now push Sharia law into the Southwest. So they're slowly bringing Sharia from the north into the Middle Belt and even in the South now, or parts of the South. And if they continue to do that, I do think there's going to be significant unrest in Nigeria, not just in Biafra, but throughout other parts of Nigeria if they try to impose Sharia on Christian or moderate Muslim populations.
Yeah.
And I think this is something the U.S. government has to be engaged on. Yeah.
Yeah, because people should remember that the reason South Sudan split off from Sudan was the whole issue of Sharia law, because the South Sudanese were Christians or animists. Like me, they like drinking their beer, and when the extremists tried to implement Sharia law, that really added to the desire for separation and freedom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador. Before I find
Yeah,
my question,
let me add
information.
something there. Let me
Yes,
add
yeah,
something,
go ahead.
please. Ambassador, do you think with the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 having the Sharia law, since then down to this time, with the numbers of massacre of babies, women, and children that have gone so up to this very point, which also necessitated Senator Ted Cruz Accountability Act legislation invoked. We've seen like 5,191 in 2021. We've seen like 5,061 in 2022. We've seen 8,222 in 2023. We've seen 6,500 in 2024. 2025 has 7,500 Christians massacred. Looking at the future or in the next 2, 3 years, do you think Christians have a hope or they will still be alive in Nigeria with the
Oh
Sharia
yeah,
law in the country?
absolutely. No, Christians absolutely have a hope because they have to stand up and against this kind of what I call religious intolerance. If you remember when Sharia law was introduced in the northern states, the deal was that it would not apply to Christians. So when Ramadan came along, Christians were supposed to be able to continue their meals. Christians were supposed to be able to continue buying traditional beer and things like that, but that's not how it turned out. Now, when there's Ramadan in the Sharia states, everybody has to participate, whether they're Christian or Muslim, because they have their religious police. So, that, like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. Take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country.
Yep.
Christians in the middle belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the
Well,
world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
my message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today. And I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VOB, Voice of Biafra. And Minister of Information, what do you need, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our
I want
show
to
today?
say a very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay
I
for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to
okay.
hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al Qaeda into the US Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Ambassador, what is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan by Taliban, right?
Yeah, no. Anyway, listen, thanks so much for having me, and God
Thank
bless
you.
you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you very much for having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans, we just, is this not wonderful having somebody like Ambassador Tibunage? Is that not wonderful? And on the 4th of May, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Biafran time, we'll be having a Marco Rubin on our show. So please tune in as well. And, Marco Rubin is someone who we're really familiar with. And, he advocates for freedom of religion. He also advocates for freedom for oppressed one. So it's somebody that you will want to hear from him. Before we conclude, Honorable Minister of Information, I think you can take it from here. We have few, still have very few time. Then Elias, I think Elias, you go first before Minister of Information. He's the information minister, so he can wrap it up, and he will be the one to say we should stay or continue, because we are here in his territory. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, my honorable ministers. This was indeed a very historic and enlightening interview with Ambassador Tibor Naj, who's a very storied diplomat here in Washington, D.C., who's played a critical role on U.S. policy in Africa. This was indeed an extremely historic interview, and I'm very proud of both of you and appreciative to the ambassador for his generosity in participating in this program.
Thank you very much. Minister of Information.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to express my appreciation, because every day we are making it work and we are making it better. I want to appreciate Honorable Elias for your good work for Biafra, and also our Honorable PM for doing what God has ordained you to do, because the tempo is getting high. So if ambassadors of America are telling you that reintegrating a terrorist into your military formation is a no-no idea, then it means Nigeria got this recommendation from a madman. Because it's only when you have some kind of recommendation from a madman that you will be tilting your head downward, and that will land you in the lagoon. And Nigeria has landed in the lagoon because that is what we are seeing today. Their military formations are overrun on a daily basis. And there is no day you sleep and wake up without hearing that babies, women, and children have been slaughtered, communities invaded. And the worst has happened that field marshals, generals, and commanders of the Nigerian military formations are taken down daily by the notorious Boko Haram terrorists. The list goes on and on, but like we said, Biafrans have hope because we have created the space for that, and Biafra Republic government in exile has done it. So I appreciate all Biafrans. Please key in to our next upcoming Politics Insight. It was good having our lobbies in the show and having our PM and having Ambassador Tibonash. Thank you all from here. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Bye for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make your head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light,
Biafra go be one beautiful nation.
Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness, justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence.
No oppression,
no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever.
Biafra go get strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra,
who be your home?
Biafra,
waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
Life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for houses.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people wey get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we dey for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying,
no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote.
One man, one vote.
Your voice go matter every day.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for tomorrow.
No more pain, no more sorrow. no more sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us so alive.
Thanks for all you're doing. Thanks to North and South America.
There was
They won. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can spotlight myself here, but and Maz's son is not here, so yeah, we just going to be there. Okay. Greetings to all the members of the cabinet here, reps admin. You are all welcome. This journey that we have embarked on, not going back. A lot is happening, and it shows that we are getting close, very, very close to our destination. Yes. Rage and Fury just spoke not quite long ago. These people have done a lot of damage. It didn't start from them. It started from the top. Sometimes when you have a bad leadership, they can't put their house together. Even in a family circle, it's the same thing. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. But we have passed that stage. While some are looking for 10, 20, 50 men, we are more than millions. Biafrans are more than millions. We are not 1 million, not 2. And it's a journey that all of us we have to embark on, one way or the other. Every Biafra will contribute. Please, if you're one of the heroes out there, if you are not be counted among the 20 or 30 men, believe in yourself. Believe in who you are. Believe in what you're doing. And trust no one. In God, we do what? We trust. Because we human beings are born to make mistakes because we are not perfect. That's one of the reasons why our Lord Jesus Christ came down here on earth, for us to be safe by believing in him, walking daily to do the right thing so that we can gain favor in the eyes of our God. And for those that think they know it all, without them, Biafra will not come. If you're one of those that are thinking without you, Biafra will not come, shame unto you. You will fail. Biafra is no one property. It belongs to Biafra people. And it's not a family business. So as far as I'm concerned, I am Maziogi Chunkiri. I've made mistakes I made in the past, calls on my boss. I don't worship no man. I just want Biafra to come. I try my best to do everything I can. I try. As a human being, I'm not perfect. I'm born to make mistakes as well. But my mistake will not be more than what I did right. Out of 10%, at least, I will try to get more than 5% correctly. If not 9.5, it will be 9. If not 9, I will go for 8, still okay. If not 8, I'll take 7. If not 7, we still have 6 waiting. If not 6, at least 5.5. It cannot be under 5. Leader that I look up to, that I can call my leader, that I can present result. Our leader, Dume Woju and Philip Efio. The rest, I don't know what they are doing. What as in? How would Nala war Biafra? It's heartbreaking. Today, Akureba, Echi Akureba. They keep moving the goalpost. They speak based on the situation. Cannot be in such party. Whatever you say today, tomorrow, let it be the same thing. You can't say A today. Tomorrow you turn around and say B. Not from you. I'm not buying that. If you're one of those that want to concur and buy that idea, go ahead. If you bring Biafra, glory be to God. If bring Biafra,
Glory be to God. At the end of the day, what we want is Biafra. I will fight the Biafra that I understand. I will fight with who I understand, not who I don't understand. And he was the name of It's very painful and shameful. And we Biafrans, we are so emotional. It's time we outgrow that nonsense. We need to remember a lot of Biafrans have sacrificed. A lot of Biafrans have paid the price. I have not paid the price or sacrifice like Biafrans that have been massacred way before 1967 and from 1967 till date. If you want to say you are the champion of Biafra, without you, Biafra will not come. Or you have paid the price more than those that are starved to death, more than those that are being killed in the genocidal war. You and them, who is actually the hero, who have paid the price. I don't care where you are, whether you're in America like me, whether you are locked up by the enemies. Have you paid the price like Ikonso? Have you paid the price like Gento the giant? Diara. You were in a from Kelly. Those children that were starved to death, crying for food, for water. Have you paid the price more than them? The Ocho. Biafrans that have been arrested that no one even know where they are. As I'm speaking, there is some Biafrans in Nigerian prison today. Their family members don't even know where they are. Nobody have visited them. Maybe for the past 10, 15 years, we don't know whether they are alive or not. And with who that probably receive visitors more than 10, 20, 15, 50 every day, like a celebrity. Who is paying the price more? Time to worship human being is over. This fight, we must fight it with honesty, with truth. And we must respect each other. Yesterday, we have our fellow citizens as well, raising funds to help in Biafra land. Today, we are here again. Everyone is sacrificing one way or the other. Everyone is trying. Don't think you sacrifice more than anyone. I am Mazio Gechugunkire. I'm not going to tell you that I have done more than what our hero before us have done, or I have sacrificed more than those before us. All I can say, I'm trying, I'm doing my best. I cannot tell you that without me, Biafra will not come. Story. Without me, Biafra will still come. Without me, Biafra will still come. If I see anyone doing what I'm doing today more than me, I will support that person. All we want is Biafra. Even what we are doing today is not easy. Throughout last week, sometimes I didn't even sleep 2, 3, 4 hours. From meeting to meeting, we even flew out of town to Florida, Mar-a-Lago, to meet some important people that matters. I think there's this short clip of video I did from Palm Beach, like 3, 4 minutes. I was in Florida. I did not go for my own personal business, rather for Biafra assignment. In a few days, we will tweet about our meeting, the ones that would be in public. But I'm not going to tell you that without me, Biafra will not come. Even without you, Biafra will still come. All what you and I will do is to contribute, do our best. Please keep fighting. Keep doing your best. Biafra is here. I know what I'm saying. And it's very close. It's very close. And if you stay one of those on the fence, give me 1 second. If you still one of those doubting what we are doing, okay, make it from 9. Please don't be like Thomas, please. Our freedom is near and close than never before. All the saboteurs that have been fighting us from starting since last year, today their camp is in disarray. They are nowhere to be found, no result. Ask them, what have they achieved for over a year plus now? What have they achieved? The Biafra Republic government in exile, under my leadership with the cabinet, we can go on and count our achievement. That gives me joy. That makes me feel relief. Make me happy, knowing that our freedom is near. This battle that they've been battling against Biafra Republic government in exile will not work. Even within, they have tried to see if they can stop this government. How will you stop a winning team? How will you change players that are giving you results? Bringing report card is something that we all should be proud of. You cannot fight from exile without forming a government. In freedom fighting, you cannot fight from the same country that you're trying to liberate yourself from. They will lock you up. Even if Nigerian terrorist state can go to the extent of going to Kenya to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What about if I'm even fighting from Lagos? What do you think will happen? Do you think they won't come to Lagos to see how they can kidnap me as well? It don't matter where you are, even in Biafra land, they will do everything to make sure they get you. For that reason, that is why we have formed Biafra Republic Government in exile. Biafra Republic Government in exile is here to stay. Can never be destroyed. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu once said, if he, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, don't bring Biafra, the Biafra Republic Government in exile will bring Biafra. So he understands that. I don't believe in that talk, they talk from the back. You need to come forward and join the government he belongs. If you want to continue with IPOB, we wish him good luck. He understands what Biafra Republic Government in exile stands for. Even the lawyer, one of them once confessed and told me that we are too much. That brigade is giving Nigeria the heat. After these people knowing all this, why are they fighting brigade? Why are they fighting brigade? We have done what IPOB as organization have not done. And we, in Biafra Republic Government in exile, we are also indigenous people of Biafra. But we cannot achieve our freedom with mere organization. The world will not listen to you. They will listen to you, government to government. At the hearing 4 days ago, one of the speakers, I'm not actually all the speakers, we met over 90% of them. Yes, with the ones with the big name, all of them. One of the speakers, I actually have meeting with him a couple days before that hearing. I did not even expect him the way he addressed me. Throughout, he addressed me as Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Because he understands the value and he understands what Biafra Republic Government in exile stands for. Some of you, when he tweets, everyone rejoices. I'm not calling his name. Yes. Few days before that hearing, we have a meeting. We talk. Yeah. And we didn't make it public either. No, that's just what it is. He did not address me by calling my name. All throughout is Prime Minister, Prime Minister. And there is somebody who worked for US government and a top government official at the time. And US government listened to him. He called me prime minister throughout. Can you prime minister under IPOB? No, because the structure is not structured as a government. It's not structured as a liberation movement. It can be an organization. It can be affiliated with brigade. Why are they fighting brigade? Are we too much? Are we doing what they haven't done before? Or is it because we are not career agitators? Or is it because we are pure? Or is it because we don't pay anyone salary? We are all volunteer. Not like the one IPOB used to pay some people 4,000. They even buy house for some people, pay some people mortgage. I don't know. Like our senior citizens, like Bishop Comfort, Honorable Bishop Comfort, our mommy Jane. Maybe after they, we know at their age they already retire. When they contribute the little money they have, the same money they contribute, they will use the money and pay some people's salary. They'll still use the money and train somebody like Uche Mefo in school and train Darlington. They will go a guy named Mayor. We have 5 days. In Brigade, we don't pay anyone. We are volunteer soldiers. Few days ago, this meeting I'm talking about, actually, I thought about it for some time. I'm like, if this high-level person is calling Matthew Gechukunkere, Prime Minister, he understands what we are doing. He believes in us. He believes in you, genuine, that is listening to me. Don't let no one deceive you. No one is your master except our Lord Jesus Christ. We are all servants of Biafran people. This name, Prime Minister, is to identify the role I'm playing in the government. If not, I don't even want the name. But that is only how they can identify you, know what you stand for, your role in the government. Things will change. If you're not comfortable with Brigade this time, you might go and join the 1 million men. We can't have Brigade and we are preaching of 100 men. That means you in Brigade, you don't belong. All your sacrifice in vain. Everything you work for. Onye ga-ajụ onwe gị. I'll say it to go. Those under IPOB, you can follow IPOB and go IPOB. But me, Mazio Gechukunkere, as indigenous person, I'm already IPOB. Inborn IPOB and imbued one for that matter. I believe you are. Yes. But if whether we can have it as organization, yes. They can agitate under the government. Then whoever want to join the government, our door is open. come in peace, come and support genuinely, because the government is your government. It's our government. It's government of the people, by the people. Ndị ama aka isi kwado. Now I see the reason why for almost 20 years we did not move anywhere. The blue flag in it disturb embassy everywhere. It's no protests. All these protests with drum music, some even take a walk with them. Some turn it to dating event. We have passed that stage. We have passed that stage. We cannot depend and wait for anyone until they are free before we move on. If we wait, Nigeria terrorists will kill us all. We'll be moving, fighting, and fight for them to be out. And when they are out, they will join us in good faith. I'm disappointed in some of our so-called leaders. Disappointed. After everything, no retreat, no surrender. This journey that I, Mazio Gechukun, have embarked on. Honorable Minister of Information, I will give you permission just to put this picture on the screen if you're here. But let me, I don't really want to do this yet, but just to open Pandora box of one event showing. Minister of Information, are you here? Mazi Sonny here.
So I don't think he's available.
All right, that's fine. Okay, maybe when he joins. Our freedom. Do we remember when we all say our freedom is in our hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we saying our freedom is in Mazio Gichkunkere hand? Huh?
No, sir.
Sir, no, sir.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Sonny hand?
No, sir. No.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Simon Ekpa hand?
No, sir. No, sir.
No.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hand?
No, sir. Definitely not.
Learn something from this. Our freedom is in our hand. It's not in anybody's hand. Mandate here without them, Biafra will not come. Zebudaya said, fa what?
Foul.
We are going to reset everything and fix it. Just a few days ago, something happened, it broke my heart. I'm surprised that a particular country, I know if I don't mention the name of the country, some of us will already be guessing. But I will just narrow it. I'm surprised that a particular country, our contacts, we're building our lives. So you guys don't know what's going on. Saying that they are waiting. No, there's a park. They say, no, they are very loud, well respected in the state here. They say they are waiting for a signal from the top. And while they are waiting, they want to know how serious me and you are. They want to know what's going on. That means since 20 years, our Buru flag, we disturb every embassy with the crowd. Sometimes we even carry a biggest flag that is up to 50 feet, both height, weight, tall, whatever. Disturbing other people's peace. This country did not know what's going on, because we are just making noise. I was shocked. Since then, I start to make a U-turn and rethink. I say, no wonder. No wonder. Countries that matters, that are supposed to be talking about Biafra, you don't hear them really discuss it. Because we have not really do what we're supposed to do. Because we have not really been organized. Because we fail in leadership. Not know how freedom fighting work. Do you all know about the Crown Prince of Iran? I think his name is Pahlavi. Do you all know about him? The Crown Prince of Iran.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, his name is Reza.
Reza, yeah.
Yeah, Pahlavi, yeah. Do you all know that the Crown Prince of Iran is already talking about government in exile and transition? We did not start government in exile, not Briggy started. Go and Google and do research about government in exile. You must have a government in exile, form a government, transition to the homeland. Do you think the Crown Prince of Iran and the people can form a government in Iran now while they are fighting the Iranian regime?
Impossible.
Do you think it's possible? I'm asking, do you think it's possible? It's not.
It's not, sir.
They will form a government in exile. And the Crown Prince actually tweeted, I wish I can read it out. He actually tweeted his support and in being part of the government in exile. You know, they're putting up a transition government because the Iranian terrorist regime must go down. Where is some then fighting Biafra Republic government in exile instead of supporting it? We have had a lot that have come and planned to destroy this government. I told them that this break can't jiaka. This breaking that I'm part and parcel, just like you. I told them they cannot destroy it. I don't care. I got one here. More. Before you can destroy Briggy, you must take me down first. I will stay at the gate. The gate man. That is why when the coup plotters, coup 2025 coup, when they are plotting the coup, I look from my mirror, I smile. I watch their plan. Why they are doing a program that they don't supposed to go out publicly and be talking about the foundation of the government, which is against our charter, our bylaw and everything. They already violated. I already know where these people are going. And I knew if they succeed by taking me out, they will destroy everything. And I know how I work hard to make sure that Briggy stand, even when Mazi Simon is here. my contribution, my hard working, your hard working can never go in vain while they are plotting their coup. We are doing some finishing touches. I know till today, they are still going crazy how they disappear from Brig. I remove them. Before they will come and remove me to remove you. Because I knew if these people succeed, they are not capable. They cannot handle it. And every meeting they have in the secret, I have it. I know what they are up to. I know where they are going. Where they are going is to destroy Brig. That means everything me and you work for. All I need. Chai, look at today. After they form this their parallel government, a shadow one for that matter. How far? Less than 1 year. They have splitted to either 2 or 3 groups again among them. How far? Where are they now? I don't even know whether they exist. I know they are watching this program. Ask them, can they come and smile like Maz Yogi Jigu Gere smiling? Can they? When is the last time you see a Mama Mugu smile, even come out like this? Whether he exists, nobody knows. Or is he the Chioma, the husband, those educated fool? Oh man, today is a good time of meeting. You know, last week and last 2 weeks been very stressful, but at least we achieved a lot. And I'm happy to be here with you. And also, last week I can't laugh like this because I'm really stressed out. There's one time I even get home like 4 a.m. or whatever. I tried the next day again. So yes, I'm a little bit more relieved, getting myself back together better. The good thing is that we are moving forward. Every day, a lot is happening. A lot of evil people are being exposed, just like this lawyer of IPOB, because it's not lawyer of Biafra. All these Achikate one lawyer of IPOB. These guys, they not even ashamed of themselves. They said their master Onyendu is in high spirits. That Onyendu is fine in Sokoto. Why can't Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be in high spirit in Afaruku Ibeku? Why can't he be fine and okay in Afaruku Ibeku? Or even in Imo State or any part of Biafra land? Why must he be in Sokoto? Caliphate, headquarters of this terrorist state of Nigeria. Why can't Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that they call Onyendu and they believe in him? Why can't he be in high spirit in his compound? And these useless, shameless lawyers say he's okay. He's happy. People are trooping in. These people say they are lawyers. I wish I can take this bar, take all their certificate or whatever, qualify them to practice law. Then that lawyer. Hi, you're telling me that your client, who is not free, who can't come out of that prison yard and walk freely, these evil lawyers say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is happy being in Sokoto. He's happy where he is. Now people are trooping in because he's a celebrity there. He now turned to a blockbuster or a museum where people can go and pay or visit him, touch him. Oh, yes, shameful. This lawyer, instead of them doing their job, they're after 100 men. Every 2-3 weeks, they want Biafrans to contribute money. Give them. They will flew to Sokoto. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lawyers are scammers. They are criminals. They jail him. From our lawyer Jimako to all of them. They are evil people. They are evil. I know them. I have interacted with them. I speak to them hours. They are not serious. Apart from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they don't have any other client. Go and ask Nemeka when is the last time he defend anybody in court of law. Money Biafrans contribute. He will collect money from Briggy, collect from Avi, collect from Ambassador Group, collect from Sunrise Group, scam everybody. Say, I'm going to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nah, they are their name. Maybe Briggy bring 200. Avis will bring 200. Ambassador will bring 200. Sunrise will bring 200. How much is that? Go here, go here, go there, go here. Due. All these evil people, Biafra will deal with them. One way or the other. Kwarija. And they forget that I am in Washington. Washington is me and I'm Washington. Hey, William, I'm here. They will all come and meet me here. But any of these people that come to destroy what we are doing, we'll go after that person. Yes. There is some serious question that we Biafrans need to ask. And if you're one of those want to join the 100 men or thinking about 100 men, disease from it, the same people you are going to join, they're the one that need to come and join Briggy, because Briggy is the genuine government. Briggy is the real deal. We from this government have not go and advocate how to lock them up. But remember, Mazi Simon Ekwa, the same IPOB 100 men, they are the one that went to Finland, testify against him. They are not bossing me well. I will scatter these people. The 100 men of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they lock Simon up. Please, somebody should go and ask Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, did you know about why Simon is arrested? Is he in support of Finland and Nigerian government that colluded to lock Simon up? Kanunta is one of the 100 men. Do you all saw his tweet a few days ago? Talking about 100 men is giving some people nightmare. I look at this man, see, this up. Kanunta is part and parcel of those that locked Simon up. They all sent people to Finland to testify. And some fool are still following the 100 men. And who is the champion and the head of the 100 men? Avids that are not fighting for Biafra is part of the 100. Those that wrote petition to EU to lock Briggy members and also Mazi Simon Ekpa up are part of the 100. That means they are our enemy. Either you with us or you're not with us. And if you, the head of the 100 men, you are our enemy. We need to set the record straight. Mazi Ogechukwu will not worship anyone. I did not join Biafra because of Mazi Simon Ekpa. I did not join Biafra because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. By the way, this struggle, I'm not the one who started it. Biafran started it way before now. Our leader Ojukwu and Philip Efio, we understand the role they play. Fast forward to Asari Dokumbo and Owazurike. I can't come now and claim without me. I can't come and claim without me that opened the eyes of Biafra for them to fight for their freedom. When you wake up, it's your money. Whenever you join, you start from there. We'll be asking questions in a few days. And please, those that are listening, it's time that we need to outgrow this emotion. Nigerian government, they are using that against us, being so emotional. We need to ask the 100 men question. Why do they betray Biafra? Why do they send petition to EU? Why do they go and testify against Mazi Simon Ekpa? Is that the 100 men that will work for your freedom and my freedom? So who is fooling who? Emarasu Eswanikwe. Emarasu Esubirapata. This journey just began. Game on. If you're Maradona, you know how to fool us, you can't fool us forever. Either you with us or a party. If we talk about those that have really sacrificed, we talk about the millions of Biafrans that are starved to death, killed. Not even me and you that are free, walking freely. Not me and you like me that travel to Florida last week. I go to Washington every other minute. There is those that have really paid the price. That is why we celebrate May 30th. Have a visitor for years. Some sing from morning to night, praying. When will their salvation come? Compare Biafrans like that with Biafra that is locked up and people are trooping in hundreds with gift, with word of encouragement. Which one have sacrificed more? Just meperunuazu. I will open a Pandora box for everyone. So you use your tongue to count your teeth. Maybe that will open your eyes to start supporting to start asking questions, to be more serious, for you to know that we are moving on. We are serious now more than before. I'm not kissing anyone else anymore. It's enough is enough. We have given everyone a chance to do what is right. Our freedom is here. Please, if you really want to know whether we are doing it right, check our report card. Ask those, your 100 men and those you are following for the past year, what have they done? When I go to the Hill, Washington, D.C., I keep seeing familiar faces, people we have met with. We are now more familiar. We are like friends. We are building bridges. Whenever they see me, they see you. Whenever they see me, they know what I stand for, Biafra. They know Biafra is in the Hill. Thank you very much. God bless you. Don't be follow. Don't let anyone deceive you. Remember, fella say, zombie is zombie. When you ask zombie move, zombie will move. When you ask zombie sit down, zombie will sit down. Don't be a zombie. You know what is right. Support your freedom. Fund this movement. A lot is happening. How I wish I can say everything on air. If I do, our allies will just say, Haga boss, so they will say this. Have no secret. Thank you from here. They would.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion passion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
What is happening today have shown us that the country we call Zoo is collapsing every day before your very eye. If the Nigerian don't let Biafran people go, Nigeria will be worse than Somalia. Let my people go. And for you, Biafrans, your freedom is in your hand. You must be free. Fight for your freedom. Your freedom is not negotiable. It breaks my heart when some Biafrans are so scared of the bully of this evil forest called Nigeria. Where is the Odogun of Biafrans? Where is the Biafrans that are wearing Isiago? Where is the head of the family? Where is the Ezes? Where is the king and queen? If you're a Biafra, it don't break your heart to see how these Islamic jihadists, terrorists, are killing your fellow citizens, are killing your fellow Biafrans. That means you too, you are evil. Ndị ebe anyị, oge nwere onwe erugo. Oge nwere onwe erugo. Ọ dabara anyị na ndị ugwu. Ọ dabara anyị na ndị Yoruba. Ha ahụ anyị n'anya. Ha ahụ anyị n'anya. Onye jụrụ, jụọ onwe ya. Our forefathers are not Nigeria. And we are not Nigeria. Let's be free. It don't matter what the enemy do. It don't matter. We must be free. What is happening today have shown us that the country we call Zoo is collapsing every day before your very eye. If the Nigerian don't let Biafran people go, Nigeria will be worse than Somalia. Let my people go. And for you, Biafrans, your freedom is in your hand. You must be free. Fight for your freedom. Your freedom is not negotiable. It breaks my heart when some Biafrans are so scared of the bully of this evil forest called Nigeria. Where is the Odogun of Biafrans? Where is the Biafrans that are wearing Isiago? Where is the head of the family? Where is the Ezes? Where is the king and queen? If you're a Biafra, it don't break your heart to see how these Islamic jihadists, terrorists, are killing your fellow citizens, are killing your fellow Biafrans. That means you too, you are evil. Ndị ebe anyị, oge nwere onwe erugo. Oge nwere onwe erugo. Ọ dabara anyị na ndị ugwu. Ọ dabara anyị na ndị Yoruba. Ha ahụ anyị n'anya. Ha ahụ anyị n'anya. Onye jụrụ, jụọ onwe ya. Our forefathers are not Nigeria. And we are not Nigeria. Let's be free. It don't matter what the enemy do. It don't matter. We must be free.
Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. Children wake up in no fit race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make you tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
Stand for love, stand for
Good evening, Biafrans. Greeting from there. Are you ready for your freedom? Our freedom is in our hand. We will not stop until we totally free from the evil forest called Nigeria. Nigeria is a dream killer. A former presidential candidate called P2B, a terrorist man working for the Nigerian terrorist state. P2B said that Nigeria breed criminals. For those that want to be criminal, you can remain in Nigeria. If you want to be a criminal, remain in Nigeria and be Nigeria. P2B is a living testimony. Gregory P2B, the errand boy of the evil so-called King Charles, the royal family of the evil satanic government of the British people. P2B worked for them. He is their errand boy. The British government sent P2B to come and stop Biafra freedom. They lured him into campaigning to be president of the disgraced country called Nigeria a few years ago. P2B massacred Biafrans and their numbers. We will not forget. The same P2B confesses what he knew about Nigeria. P2B said, Nigeria breed criminals, of which P2B is a criminal because Nigeria breed him. P2B is once governor of Anambra State before Biafra is redeclared. He governed that state for 8 years. Every evil that P2B demonstrating today, he is trained by Nigerian government. They breed him. He worked for the evil Islamic jihadist terrorists. Just like a man called Tucker Carlson. I used to watch him before thinking that this guy is normal, not knowing he's so thick, pathetic human being. Tucker Carlson said Boko Haram and all these terrorists in Nigeria that are killing Christians are just a stage. It's not real. Evil Tucker. Tucker Carlson, who are you working for? Maybe the terrorists have breed you. Just the same way they breed Peter Obi. All the evil people working for Nigerian terrorist state, we will hold you accountable in due time. Very soon, to happen. People like this young evil man called Obi Kubana. Obi Kubana, you are evil. You can kill your people because of what? You can kill your people because you want to make money. You can kill your people to please Nigeria. Obi Kubana, people of your like and P2B, it will not end up well with you guys. Very wicked people. Biafrans are being massacred on daily basis just because of their faith in our Lord Jesus Christ. Just because they don't want to be Islamized. Just because they want to be free. Is it a crime to be free? Is it a crime to say, I will not worship your own God? Why not you ask me about my own God? Which God am I worshiping? Then I will tell you who my God is. Must I convert to Islam? Must Biafra be Islamized? This freedom that we have embarked on, this journey, no going back, no retreat, no surrender. All the enemy of Biafra will hold you accountable. You can be walking freely today, thinking it's all right. The parents will find it difficult to follow. Because too many Biafrans have been massacred. Biafrans have been starved to death. Too many Biafrans have been killed and killed by these Islamic jihadist terrorists. Evil people. Look at what is happening in Iran today. The evil Iranian regime can't even negotiate in good faith. They're trying to use Turkey. This time around, President of the free world, His Excellency J. Trump, said, their time is over. That he will finish the job. He will get it done. Enough is enough. This Islamic jihadist terrorists, their book, the book that taught them what they are doing today, taught them about fear, that you can lie to get your way, that you can lie and turn around and said you didn't mean it. We pray that after the terrorists in Iran are putting to rest, please, we beg United States of America and Allah, especially Israel, to please come and stop the terrorists in Nigeria. Because they're trying to make Nigeria a safe haven. The terrorists want to make Nigeria a safe haven. And their caliphate, they plan to start their caliphate from Nigeria. And their goal is to Islamize the Biafran people. Their goal is to take the resources in Biafra land to facilitate their goal. What is their goal? Their goal is to commit jihad against the West, against the entire world, to Islamize everyone. You as a Biafran, how do you feel when you see your people being massacred, being killed? Listen and watch this video.
Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe
Hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us so alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast since 2009.
Churches burning. Women and children have been massacred. Houses have been razed down. Is that the kind of country you want to live in? Biafran people, do you want to live in a country with these terrorists that will be burning your houses, your place of worship? They even burnt it or not. We Biafrans are free-born. Our God created us to be free, not to be slaves. The occultic United Nations that can't solve any problem. Shame unto their body. Shame unto the members. You are a disgrace. What is the purpose of United Nations? If they can't bring peace to the world, if they can't settle dispute, if they can't bring justice, equity and fairness, war between Israel and Gaza and Hamas, they're not able to solve it. Russia and Ukraine became themselves in millions, property destroyed, innocent people being the victims. You don't know nothing about the war. This occultic evil UN can't even stop it. Iran massacred over 40-something thousands of her citizens. UN cannot even interfere. To ask the Iranian regime, what is going on? Why are all these innocent women, children being murdered just for protesting for freedom? Just for protesting for a better life? Just for protesting, they want to live. They want a good paying job. They want good education. They want to live in peace with their neighbor, like Israel. And the Iranian regime. And all these useless fake politicians and their children are living life to its fullest, enjoying, living in luxurious houses. The Jews, the minorities there, are being killed, massacred every day. Where is UN? Go to Sudan. Across the globe. This evil body, whether we say they are working with the terrorists, are doing nothing. The genocidal war against the Biafran people that lasted for 3 good years, of which over 5 million Biafrans were starved and massacred. Where is the evil United Nations? Till today, they do nothing about it. They are not speaking. They are not dance and dumb. These have been massacred in Middle Belt, in Niger, in Kwara, in Olu, in Imo, in Owerri, both in Biafra land and those that believe in their one Nigeria. Christians are being massacred. There is genocide going there. Where is United Evil Nation? Please, leader of the free world, when US lead, the rest of the world follow. Whether you like it or not, whether Russia like it or not, whether China like it or not, whether India like it or not, whether Turkey like it or not, when US lead, all of you rest of the world follow. Because too many country leaders are evil. Please, leader of the free world, dissolve this aquatic chamber of United Nations. There is nothing they able to unite. Rather, they cause chaos, division everywhere. Dissolve UN. Let this occultic chamber go to rest. They are doing nothing. They are not working for humanity. They are not speaking up. The massacre in Biafra land today, the killing of Biafran Christians and the Nigerian Christians, only United States of America have taken action. Where is all this useless bunch of leaders across the globe that are not speaking, that are living by the blood of the innocent civilians? All these civilians that have been massacred, do they deserve to die? Look at the body of innocent civilians here.
The pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who goes stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love
mind to show his.
Biafran people long for freedom worldwide. What I'm saying today applies to humanity, apply to all lovers of freedom. If you want your freedom, fight for your freedom. Defend yourself. Defend your family. Defend your children. Defend what you hold so dear, what you cherish and love. If you don't, this war that we live, you have to be ready, to be tough, to be strong. Don't let no one take your freedom away from you. Biafran people, the evil is in our doorstep. The evil terrorists, they are in our doorstep. They are killing our family members on a daily basis. Are we going to be quiet? How long are we going to be quiet? For how long? Is it until tomorrow we start seeing more body bags? And for you that are not supporting your freedom or funding your freedom or speaking up for your freedom, shame unto you. If you have what it takes, if you have the fund to support, kindly support. And for those that know how to run to social media, when something happens, you start crying. They are killing you. The terrorists are here. They are killing you. They are killing you. That will not solve the problem. You have to fight. You have to protect Biafra land. This is a beautiful world that our God created for you, for you and I to live. This world is supposed to be very, very peaceful. That is the main purpose of creating this organization called United Nations. I don't know what unites this nation. United Nations always go left. If they can move to the center, I believe things will be better. They are not speaking. What an evil body. If UN abandon you, will you abandon yourself? Look at innocent people being murdered. Killed. People that commit no crime by some so-called evil terrorists in the name of Allah. Which Allah glorify from killing. Which Allah glorify from killing innocent children, for Christ's sake. You Biafra, if you don't fight to save your people, our God will not forgive you. We will not forgive you. Like a man called Kubana, talking nonsense, validating Nigeria election. These are the evil puppets that the Nigerian terrorists is using against Biafran people. If have what it takes, if I have opportunity, lay my hand on you, you will sleep, you will not wake up. All you evil people, both P2B, Wike, Soludo, Mba, Oti. I don't care how you play the game, you are one of them. Hope Uzadim, Homai, Hello, Rocha Sukrosha, Akaga only. All of you must be held accountable. You people have these evil people have enough. If I have what it takes, before I close my eye, open my eye, all of you will disappear overnight. So help me God. Because I know what I'm doing is right. Because I know I'm saving life. If Biafra will not come. If all these saboteurs, evil people that are bringing these terrorists to our land, all these evil people that have colluded with the Nigerian terrorist state, if they don't go down, Biafra will not come. They are delaying our freedom because they work with these terrorists. We'll hold them accountable. It will happen. It might not be long because we are fighting a just cause. We are fighting for our survival because we are fighting so that what is happening in this video that is playing will not happen.
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps us soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us so alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed.
The evil forest called Nigeria deny there is no Christian genocide. Without no provocation, why are these Islamic jihadist terrorists the churches of Christians? Why are they slaughtering the Christians? Why are they killing Christians? And the Nigerian government are not speaking. The Nigerian government are not protecting the Christians. Do you know why? Because Nigerian government sponsor the insecurity. They sponsor these terrorists. Tinubu, the so-called evil president of that evil forest called Nigeria, years ago, There is these Nigerian protesters protesting in peace, asking for better government, protesting against police brutality, even raising the evil flag of Nigeria. Do you know this evil man called Tinubu ordered the military to shoot aside? They shot at these innocent young men and women. Which country in this world, which government in this world will kill its own? Army, evil, just like Iranian regime. The same way the Iranians are killing the Iranian citizens. And you still have some so-called Nigerians campaigning to save Nigeria. How will you save Nigeria, a country that is not working? For all you want Nigerianists, your former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan quote from what Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and other before him, former leaders. Goodluck Jonathan said that these past leaders understand that Nigeria is not a country, that Nigeria is just a mere geographical expression, a country created by the British government, trying to make it work, of which the British know it will not work, trying to make it work, but the people are different. But the people are not happy. Just like when you want to put 1 plus 1 together to make it 2. One is going separate, the other one is separate. Because the people are not the same people. The people don't have the same value system. The people are not compatible with each other. If you bring positive and negative and put it together, what will happen? It will spark. If it is battery, it will explode. If positive and negative join together, you connect it to anything, that whatever it is will explode. That's how it is. The North have different way of life. The East, which is Biafran territory, we have different way of life, different goal, different agenda. The North eat different food. We Biafrans, different food. The North speak different language. We speak different language. The North believe in their Allah, Muslim. We believe we are Christian. We believe in our Lord, our God, and Jesus Christ, the Son of God. The Biafrans are pro-West. Why the North believe in their jihadism? They eat different food. We eat different food. The North, they hate the West. They hate Western education. Why we Biafrans from the East? We love the West. We embrace the West. Why United States of America and Great Israel is taking down the terrorists in Iran? We Biafrans are celebrating. We Biafrans are celebrating. And the North chanting death to America. The North chanting death to Israel. Even a layman will tell you these people can't live together. They are not the same. And for you, useless leader that is trying to say Nigeria is negotiable, trying to make Nigeria one, God punish you, go to hell. It can never work. But we are not the same. Any country campaigning a better Nigeria, save Nigeria, God punish you. You are evil. It can't work. Even if we don't speak the same language, we're supposed to meet at a common ground, at the middle. At least let religion unite us. If religion don't unite us, let language unite us. If language don't unite us, let value system unite us. If value system don't unite us, let ideology unite us. But not be able, because we are different. God will punish all you evil country that are trying to make Nigeria one. Why? You know, Nigeria can never be saved. Naked only local evil people. It can never work. And Biafra must be free. Have you seen any country that have expiring date? Nigeria have expiring date. The British amalgamate Nigeria for the period of 100 years, from 1914 to 2014. And let me ask you, you as a Russian, do Russia have expiring date? Let me ask you, you Chinese people, do China have expiring date? You from Japan, tell me the expiring date of Japan. But in the case of Nigeria, the 100 years is over. And after the 100 years, the union supposed to renegotiate if they still want to live together. That never happened because the people are different, because it's not working. That is why the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, also quote from leaders before him that all these leaders confessed that Nigeria is not a country. It's not working, and it can never work. What we save that region, we need to go back to who we were before 1914. My grandfather, great-grandfather are not Nigeria. And I hate Nigeria with passion because Nigeria is a dream killer. Nigeria is scam built on a faulty foundation. Nigeria is fraudulent. Nigeria is not put together to benefit the people of that region. That is the reason why for over 100 years, Nigeria government cannot boast of giving you electricity, basic amenity for the citizens. They can boast of giving you 24-hour electricity. Everywhere stink in that evil forest government. No good road, no good school. School system is scam. No good hospitals. Even these evil leaders, they can't even take treatment in Nigeria when they get sick. They flew abroad. The children of these politicians, school abroad, everything abroad, because they know Nigeria is not working. And for you that is still campaigning Nigeria 2027 election, is Nigeria working for you? Are you happy in the current situation of Nigeria? Do you think Nigeria can be savage? The answer is no. It cannot, and it can never work. You realize that Nigeria is not a country. That is when we can solve this problem, so that what we are watching on this video I'm about to play.
People they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still they call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight. Mothers praying through the night. Fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped for
And for you as a Christian, if you can't condemn this evil against your brothers and sisters, you are also an evil person. If you don't break your heart to see innocent brothers in Christ, sisters in Christ be murdered for their faith, I don't know what makes you a Christian. You must be a hypocrite, a queen. If you don't break your heart that a woman will sleep at night, she will not wake up, and she will be blessed. If you don't break your heart that children will go to bed at night and they will not wake up, they will be slaughtered, killed, murdered by these terrorists. If you don't break your heart that your brothers and sisters in Christ will go to the farm to cultivate, they will not make it home. You and the terrorists are the same if you don't do anything about it. If you don't break your heart that so many of your brothers and sisters in Christ have now been chased to IDP camp. They have been chased out of their house. If you don't break your heart, like Obi Kubana and Co. A lot of Biafrans have run out of their houses, they hear Owerri and other part of Biafra, and these evil people only care about their wealth. They can't fight for their wealth. Tomorrow, they want Biafra to worship. They want to be celebrity in the face of Biafra people. What are we celebrating about these evil people if they can't help us? If they can't live example for us to imitate, to even want to be like them. Thank God that God has somebody like me and like you, genuine freedom fighter. At Capitol Hill today, I saw Chairman Jim Jordan where he walked past me. I remember when I met him 2014. He said, Mazio Gechukere, you are a freedom fighter. And I love it. I will keep fighting. If you're a follower of Christ, you need to know the meaning of our Lord Jesus Christ that you follow. You have to also follow his footsteps. For salvation, he died for you and I to be free. He is the greatest freedom fighter. If you love God, you love his son Jesus Christ, fight to save the church. Fight to save your brothers and sisters in our Lord Jesus Christ. Protect the congregation. Too many fake pastors everywhere. They worship God with their lips and by their works or deeds, they glorified Satan, the devil, because they never protect the congregation. Too many Christians have been killed in Biafra and in Nigeria. Why you have these so-called men of God don't speak up. They don't condemn. Where are the Christians worldwide? Where is the outrage? You have some bloggers talking about what is happening in Nigeria. But where is the mainstream media? Where is BBC, sponsored by this evil British government? How many times have BBC report this video that I'm playing? They will never report it. What about fake news CNN? CNN will never report it. Is it all the brand envelope gutter media in Nigeria? Arise, Channel News, NTA, fake news. They work for terrorist governments. They don't report how people are being killed and massacred. I love God's creation. I love humanity. I love Biafrans and beyond. If you love God, love his creation. Why we are against this Islamic jihadist terrorists is because of their atrocity, the evil they are committing. If they want to worship their God and want to coexist with other religions, we have no problem with them. They can go to their north and worship their Allah as many times they want. They can have their Sharia law there, but they can impose it on everyone. We never want. We will fear the one man standing, and we must be free because we worship the living God, and our God will bless our effort. And our God will be angry with us if we don't fight. Our God is not a weak God. Our God is worshipped. He will bless our effort. Biafrans, please support your freedom. Your freedom is in your hand. We are making progress, building bridges, having allies every day. Yes, every day we are recording success in freedom of Biafran people. If whether Biafra will be free is just a matter of time. Now that we are asking the Nigerian terrorists, evil forest called zoo to let us go, they don't want to listen to us. Time is coming. They will say, please, Biafrans, leave us alone. Time is coming. They will say, Biafra, Biafra, go, go, go. Yes, the war that will break up that evil forest called Nigeria will actually start from the north. From the north. What is happening in the north today will trigger a bloody, serious war from the north. It's better we go our separate way. It's better we go in peace. So there can be less casualty. Because we Biafrans, we don't want anyone to die. We cherish life. Biafrans are so peaceful. Biafrans hate to shed blood. That is why the Nigerian terrorist state is bullying Biafrans. Because average Biafra don't want to die. Average Biafra don't even want to fight. But they have pushed us to the war. And we must fight. If we don't, they will kill us all. Remember one of the generals that retired from Nigeria, evil forest military. This general, his name is Kunle, he said that these terrorists collude with the Nigerian military. That these terrorists have infiltrated Nigerian military. They are inside the military. This is a former general telling you this. That these terrorists are inside the Nigerian military. And one of the man from, I think, former central bank something governor that was killed by the Nigerian terrorist state for speaking up, telling people, the right thing, that they should protect themselves. This man was saying that if Nigerian citizens don't protect themselves, that the Nigerian government will kill them all. That these terrorists have colluded with Nigerian government. Remember what happened in Afghanistan? After United States of America trained over hundreds of thousands of Afghan military personnel. When US withdrew, what happened? Not knowing that over 90% of these military personnel are Afghanistan Taliban terrorists. It took less than few days. The military handed over to the terrorists, Taliban. Exactly what is happening and is playing before our very own eye in Nigeria. Over 60-70% of Nigerian military personnel are terrorists. Nigeria reintegrates the so-called Boko Haram into their military. When you hear that Boko Haram have taken over military barrack or military base in Nigeria, it's a lie. They just scam. They just deceive. What they are doing is handing over logistics to these terrorists. So they can use the same logistics to kill innocent Christians, innocent citizens. What happened in Afghanistan is fast approaching. It will happen in Nigeria. The Nigerian government will hand over to the Islamic terrorists. Yes. And we Biafran people will not be there when it happens because we are hesitating. We are going back to who we were before the British government amalgamate this evil forest together. We must be free. Freedom is so beautiful. Here, United States of America, the freedom that we enjoy here. If Biafran people can enjoy 5% of that freedom, they will not even be talking about exiting Nigeria. Biafran people are not even enjoying 1%. In Biafra, no good road, no government presence of the so-called Nigeria, no embassy or even liaison office of any country in Biafra, no workable seaport, and the people of Biafra actually developed Nigeria. The people of Biafra have the highest importers and exporters. And there is sea all across Biafra land. Why is it that when a Biafra man imports goods from US, from China, any part of the world, that goods have to go to first. They have to go to Lagos to clear their container. Why they have seaports at Watcher? Why they have seaport at Warri? Why there's seaport in Calabar? Biafra land. Economic jihad. The Nigerian government makes sure no good thing come to Biafra. You as a Biafra, if you don't know you've been deceived, they will. If you don't know you've been scammed, you are the most foolish person in this 21st century. Wake up, fund your freedom, fight for your freedom. If not for the BDF, the security of Biafra people, Biafra land by now would have been overrun. And what will be happening in Biafra land will be what is happening in Benue and in Plateau. Fund your freedom. We must be free.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps us soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us so alive. Can you hear the cry broken man, from the wounded heart. Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast.
Those that have worked hard thinking that they can unite Nigeria, that Nigeria can live in peace, that Nigeria can be united. Their villages today have been burned down. Their people have been massacred. Some of them now run from their home to live in IDP camp. Even these terrorists, I'm still after them, chasing them from the same IDP camp. I don't know. They probably want to chase them to the grave. Those that have championed one Nigeria, the North colluded with the Middle Belt, with the Oduduwa Republic, the Yoruba people, and they massacred Biafrans in millions. The same Yoruba people are crying today. The same Middle Belt where Gowon that killed Biafrans in millions. Gowon is from Middle Belt. Middle Belt have been a talking point in Washington, D.C. Middle Belt have been in spotlight in Washington, D.C. because the killing is too much. This same Middle Belt killed Biafrans in millions. Serve Nigeria and come back in shame. And for all the country that support Nigeria, you will come back in shame because Nigeria will disappoint you. It's a scam. It's fraudulent. It can never work. If you love the people that live in that region, hate the entity name called Nigeria, love the people, to save the people, let the people go their separate way. Pharaoh, let my people go. Let the people go and worship their God. Those that believe in Allah and Sharia, let them go worship their Allah and have their Sharia. Those that believe in our God and believe in our Lord Jesus Christ, let them go worship their God. Let them go their separate way. You can only live with who wants you to live with him. You can't live with who don't want you. You can only live with who opened his door for you to come in, not who shut his door on you. Live and let live. Live with who you can share the same value system with. If you live with who you don't have the same value system with, you will crash. Two pilots cannot pilot an airplane the same time. It's one after another. When one is probably tired or needs some rest, or I don't know how they do it, maybe they have a shift of 2-3 hours, or depend on the length of the flight. Yes, Nigeria can never be one. Nigeria can never be saved. That's entity. But the people can be saved. You can give the people a second chance by letting them govern themselves. Allow them go their separate way. Allow the Christian country to be. Allow the Biafran people go. Freedom of Biafra, We bring stability to the West Sahel, West Africa, also the entire Africa. And we also contribute to global economy. So Biafrans will not be running from Biafra land and disturbing people across Italy, Germany, Rome, or whatever, the name of asylum, or running from their own land because their land is being terrorized, invaded by these terrorists. And Biafran people are industrial people. The world will benefit a lot from Biafra because they are good people. Yes, they are not terrorists. The world will enjoy Biafran people. That's when you will see the best of Biafra. Biafran people will bring positive to this global community, not negativities. They will bring positive because they will not terrorize this global community. Freedom of Biafra is your freedom, not just my freedom. It's also freedom of humanity. Because Biafra will bring more value to the global community. And freedom of Biafra will also help to checkmate these terrorists coming from Sahel, because we need to change their ideology. They have to stop this terrorism. If they don't want to stop, we have to stop them. Just like during the crusade at Vienna, how they were stopped over 1400 years ago. We need to stop these people. We need to have a boundary where these terrorist groups, they understand themselves, they can go coexist, live with themselves there. And within them, since they don't kill themselves, they can live in peace within them. Yes, that is a welcome development. Then let the Biafran Christians, since they are not going to kill themselves, let them go and worship their God in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Then the other terrorist group can go and worship their Allah and practice their wonderful Sharia they love so much. I think it will be a win-win for freedom of Biafra. Don't you think it is a good thing? So this shedding of blood, killing, will stop. So this year we stop.
Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. to show his grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thank you very much. If you want your freedom, not just asking for it, fight for it, then you will get the help you deserve. The world is watching, especially United States of America. They know Biafran people need to be free. They want to know how serious I will. Just like someone who is hungry, thirsty. If you're hungry, you go to the kitchen, prepare any kind of food you want to eat. So we Biafrans, it's time to prepare our freedom. For our freedom can be started. Work for your freedom. Our freedom is near more than before. Washington DC is now have begin to listen to our cause, because freedom is beautiful. The world deserves freedom. People deserve to be free, and people deserve to worship their God. Everyone have the right to worship whatever they want to worship. And for we, Biafran Christian, we, our household, will worship our God in the name of our Lord. Thank you from here. God bless you.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall.
My name is David Green, chairman of EMET, the Endowment for Middle East Truth. EMET is the Hebrew word for truth, and the people that you will hear today are all messengers of the truth. We have convened this forum in cooperation with the International Committee on Nigeria to focus on the ongoing existential crisis for Nigerian Christians at the hands of jihadist groups like Boko Haram and the Islamic State, West African Province, among other ISIS-affiliated groups. It is surreal that in the 21st century, in 2026, peaceful people are being kidnapped, enslaved, raped, tortured, and killed in their own native land, while their houses, churches, and communities are being burned to the ground. It's estimated that 20,000 Christian churches have been burned in Nigeria since 2009. Nigeria is the most dangerous country on earth to be a Christian. The perpetrators, jihadists, are the personification of evil. They are bigoted, psychopathic killers. They are not peaceful religious missionaries. What is perhaps most disturbing is the relative silence and inaction of the international community in the face of this evil. Western European nations and their elected officials have averted their eyes and done nothing of consequence. International bodies, most conspicuously the United Nations, have done nothing of consequence. Daily horrors mostly go unreported in mainstream media outlets. The silence sends a dangerous message that such atrocities can continue without consequence. That's why the leadership in this room is so important, because meaningful change begins with those willing to step forward. Hineni is a profound word in Hebrew. It's found in Hebrew scripture and translated as, "Here I am." Unqualified readiness to address the task ahead. It was the response given by Abraham, Moses, Samuel, Isaiah, and many other prophets when God called upon them to perform a vital mission. We at Emet and Icon, and I hope all of you here today, are saying Hineni when called to come to the aid of Nigerian Christians and all beleaguered minorities who are under threat from genocidal jihadists throughout Africa and the Middle East. Emet became engaged in this effort through our partnership with Stephen Inata and the International Committee on Nigeria, whose leadership and advocacy have been instrumental in bringing these realities to the forefront. We are proud to stand alongside them in this effort. I am grateful to the enthusiastic response that we received from our speakers today, especially those who have traveled great distances to be with us. You will hear from activists, scholars, faith leaders, and members of Congress who are directing U.S. policy to stop the pogroms in Nigeria. And most compelling, we will hear a personal testimony directly from someone who has been a victim of this jihadist kidnapping and assault and who has witnessed firsthand and experienced these events. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Charles Jacobs, who will serve as our MC for the remainder of the program. Charles is well familiar with jihad in Africa going back more than 25 years. At that time, Charles, working with Christian Solidarity International, led a movement to free the jihad slaves in Sudan. Did you hear what I said? Africans are being enslaved in Sudan, throughout Africa. Shocking. Charles flew into a war zone several times to witness and document the liberation of the slaves. For this, he was presented with the Boston Freedom Award by Coretta Scott King. At that time, his partners in Congress were Representatives Chris Smith and Frank Wolf, who will be with us here today and have spent their lives helping Africans against jihadists. Charles heads the African-Israel Alliance. He's been widely published in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Boston Globe, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Jacobs.
Thank you, David. You're here for an incredible program. You know what we have here today? We have the three top lawmakers who are doing anything and everything they can about stopping the jihad in Nigeria. Believe it or not, today you're going to hear from Frank Wolf, Chris Smith, and Ted Cruz. It's a hat trick. That's like Tinkers to Evers to Chance, if you know baseball. So my daughter called me from Tel Aviv on October 7th, 2023, and she told me what had happened, and I knew immediately what that was because I'd seen it in Sudan. I interviewed survivors of jihad raids there. These were girls who were raped. Same MO. They stormed the village, Allah Akbar, slit the throats of the innocent. They burn people alive. They steal the women and children and make them sex slaves. Jihad is jihad. And then I already had met Stephen Inata, and we formed the African Jewish Alliance. It's my honor to introduce Stephen, who's the president of ICON, International Conference on Nigeria, which is the co-sponsor of this event. Stephen has devoted his life to the people of Nigeria. Under his leadership, ICON has become one of the most authoritative voices in the world documenting the persecution of Nigeria's Christians. No one has done more to make the cries of Nigeria's persecuted Christians than he has. Stephen Inata. Thank you, Dr. Charles Jacob. My name is Stephen Enada, Executive President, International Committee on Nigeria. We mobilize the international community for religious freedom, human rights, and atrocity prevention in Nigeria and the Sahel. Members of Congress, officials of the State Department, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is an important moment for us to be present and gathered in this room. Nigeria is 5 minutes to midnight. A 10 alarm fire. This is a triage situation, and for more than a decade, it has been misdiagnosed. False narratives and false equivalencies. Framing genocide as climate change, farmer-herder conflict, terrorism as communal violence, and sexual slavery as isolated criminality have diminished the scale of atrocity and lulled the world into inaction. Akon and yourselves are here today to end that silence. We speak for the women and girls whose names the world does not know, and for those whose names it once knew and has since forgotten. They are schoolgirls of Chibok and Dapchi, Leah Sharibu, the farming wives of the Middle Belt, the students seized from dormitories in Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, and Sokoto, and the daughters of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger who have vanished into the forests and camps of terror and sold across the Mediterranean as sex slaves. They were taken by Boko Haram and ISWAP offshoot in the Lake Chad Basin by Fulani militants who raid Christian villages across Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, Taraba, Adamawa, and Kogi, Kwara, etc. by the so-called bandits of Nigerian Northwest who have industrialized mass abduction, and by JNIM, ISIS, and allied jihadist groups sweeping the Sahel. What unites these perpetrators is not geography, but intent to conquer territory, cleanse it of faith and identity, and do so by breaking women's bodies. The survivors, Icon and PSJ's silent slaughter, have documented and described the same ordeal in different tongues, captured in this book. They were forced to marriages at gunpoint, raped by rotation of fighters, compared to bear children of their captors, sold between commanders, starved into submission, and punished for prayer. Those who escape return to communities that often cannot receive them. To children, the world calls bad blood, and to a silence that wounds a second time. This is not collateral damage, it is a weapon. Deliberate strategy deployed as an instrument of genocide against Christian and minority communities and as a tool of terror against who resist. It meets by every measure in international law the threshold of crimes against humanity. ICON urges the United States and the international community to act on forefront. Rescue those still held. Thousands of women and girls remain in captivity. We call for coordinated intelligence, diplomatic pressure, and operational support to secure their release. Expose and name the perpetrator with the tools of Global Magnitsky Act. Fund survivor rehabilitation. Establish dedicated U.S. and international funding for trauma care, medical treatment, legal aid, economic reintegration, and the children born of rape who must never again be abandoned. Prosecute as crimes against humanity. Support ICC referral, hybrid tribunals, and universal jurisdiction case so the commanders who order these atrocities face justice. The women of Nigeria, conclude, and the Sahel are not statistics. They are the conscience of this generation. History will record how the free world answered their cry or how it did not. On their behalf, we ask you to answer. On this note, it's my privilege and honor to bring to this podium the person of Dr. Richard Ikebe, who is a professor of journalism
African University, Lagos, Nigeria. He's into peace journalism. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Richard Ikebe.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, David, and thank you. My name is Richard Ikebe. I come here with a very heavy heart this afternoon. Stephen and I have been on this journey since about 2010, amplified in 2017, basically looking for solutions. And there are some of you in this room who went around in 2017, received us. In so many places that I had spoken before 2020, they always asked for evidence. How are you sure this is happening? How are you sure these pictures are real? Are these doctored pictures? That's why we did this. And we did it just in 2 states, Taraba and Benue. And we did not rely on just hearsay. We went into government and we asked for questions. We asked questions, we got archived materials. We got government stamped documents. We got names of people. Remember, this is 2020, so this is 5 years old. The atrocities have not stopped. Nigeria is currently engaged in a major internal war across 33 states of the Federation. This is not my words. These are words of a sitting senator of the Nigerian Federation. And the unfortunate thing about it is that this war is largely undefined, officially unacknowledged, and strategically mismanaged. That's what we are faced with. And because the country has not named it as a war, it has become even more difficult to stop. And that is why we're saying that the international community must become interested. Not because we hate Nigeria, but because we know that the consequences of this is going to affect everyone. It's therefore important that everybody joins hands together to see how we can find solution to it, because Nigeria is not a peripheral nation. Nigeria is one of the, Nigeria is the biggest population, has the biggest population in Africa, and one of the leading economies in Africa. What's the nature of the crisis? The nature of the crisis is that often it's been looked at as one crisis, but it's not one crisis. The different parts of the country that you go to, you will meet the different form of the same crisis. So it's one crisis that is manifesting itself in various ways. If you go to the Northeast, it's different. It's ideological, it's Islamic. If you go to the North Central, it's totally different. It's jihadist, and it is strong. If you go to the Northwest, it is communal, and it's almost ethnic. So you have to understand it for you to be able to say, these are the problems. So the question is, what is actually driving this? Stephen made a reference to that. It's not climate change. Is there a climate change problem in Nigeria? Yes, there is. But let me give you an example. Kebbi is in the far northwest. Kebbi and Lagos is in the deep south. Kebbi and Lagos agreed that Kebbi will grow rice and export to Lagos internal export, and send to Lagos for sale. So there is enough to grow food in the so-called arid Sahelian region. There's enough. Tomatoes come from Kano. Onions come from Kano. Vegetables come from Jos. So it's not climate change. It's not poverty either, because poor people don't kill poor people just because they're poor. Who is giving poor people AK-47 to go and kill other Nigerians? And these are the questions we need to be asking ourselves. Now, what we need to deal with, and this is for me, this is extremely important, that what we are faced with has a serious global dimension. Serious global dimension, because of what seemed to be the end of a multipolar world. ISWAP, ISIS, ISWAP is the variant of ISIS in West Africa, has taken hold and has seen Africa not just as a place to get a foothold on, but to use as a resource-based. So you have ISWAP West Africa, you have ISIS Central Africa, you have Mozambique, you have Nigeria. So the whole of Africa is undergoing what you might call a new scramble. And the middle emerging countries in the Middle East have their finger on Africa. And this needs, if we can't, Nigeria alone cannot solve the problem. We need international cooperation for us to be able to deal with it. Because time is short, I could go into so many factors and dimensions of this problem. But the thing to bear in mind from this meeting is that it is not a problem that only one country can solve. It is not a problem that Nigeria alone can solve. The good thing is that America has expressed interest and Nigeria has expressed a willingness to work with America. But unfortunately, since December 25th, nothing has happened. And what has happened, actually, something has happened. Since December 26th, what has happened is that the perpetrators have become more enraged. And there is more killings, more abduction, more pillaging than before. Anything that the American government can do to continue to assist Nigerian government to stop this wreckage will be welcome. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Can I have it? Yeah, I have it. It's right there. Thank you. I first met Mercy 2017, 2019. Okay, when we were here, we had some meetings at the Heritage Foundation then, and I was actually met in the course of all the struggle. I have met the parents. She's a Nigerian who was abducted in 2018 by Fulani jihadists, and she's a courageous advocate and survivor who, even after her release from a ransom payment to her abductor, continued to live under the ongoing threats. Despite this, she has transformed pain into purpose and uses her voice to bring awareness of the suffering of these vulnerable communities and the urgent need for protection and justice. God bless you. Mercy. May I introduce you, please? Come.
My name is Mercy Mesamari, and I stand before you today as a woman who was not meant to survive. I was a daughter, a teacher, and had dreams written in notebooks, and a future I could almost touch. Then they came. Fulani and thank you. Armed Fulani militiamen who did not see us as humans, but as something to be owned. They killed those who could not pay ransom. They marched us away from everything we had ever known. And for weeks that followed in captivity, I was beaten, starved, and assaulted by men who called their cruelty holy. I do not share this to shock you. I share it because silence is what has allowed it to happen over and over again. And silence is what allows it to continue to happen. While I speak, other women, girls are still held captive. In captivity, like remaining Chibok girls, someone like Leah Sheribu. Some killings were carried out in the broad daylight, such as Deborah Yakubu by Islamic jihadists in Sokoto State. And obviously, the silence of Nigerian government to persecute the perpetrators is loud, and the will of the international community to see is blind as a bat. Many women are held as prisoners of conscience and are waking this morning to the same horror I lived. They are praying that the world has not forgotten them. The world must not forget them. To the government, institutes, and citizens of the world, I ask three things. Pursue justice. What was done to us is not private tragedy. It is a crime against humanity. Perpetrators must be identified, prosecuted, and held accountable in international court. There can be no peace built on the bones of unpunished atrocity. Support survivors. We need more than sympathy. We need medical care, trauma treatment, legal protection, education, and a chance to build our lives that were stolen from us. Survivors must not be abandoned once the camera turns away. Rescue those still held. Every day of delay is another day of unimaginable suffering. The international community has the resources, the intelligence, and the moral duty to act. Find them, free them, bring them home. I survived, but many did not. Many are still waiting. I am not asking for pity. I am asking for your courage to match ours. If you remember nothing else from what I have said today, remember this: we are human beings. We were never property, and we will not be silent. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You know, I want to say something that in Sudan 25 years ago, we had the same problem, that the massacres were amazing, like awful, horrible, horrible. The slavery was there as well. And the Sudanese at that time said, well, we have to talk about the killings because murder is worse than slavery. And I remember saying to them, America is a place that tore itself apart over the issue of one man owning another. If you talk about the enslavement of black people, that will ring a bell that maybe even illogically may be stronger than the massacres. So I want to tell you the same thing. Look at what she can do, what she can do to an American public. We're living in this year, and on our watch, they're enslaving black people. Stop. And it's my deep honor to introduce my friend now, Frank Wolf. Congressman Frank Wolf served in the U.S. House for over 3 decades, and supposedly He's retired. But he's not retired from this cause. He has been and remains the Dean of U.S. International Religious Freedom Advocacy, and Nigeria has been the cause to which he's devoted most of his post-retirement energy. We don't have the time for history for this, but Frank Wolf is the institutional godfather of the entire U.S. religious freedom apparatus that makes any of the legislation we need on these matters possible. And there's one other thing. He never flinches. He chides the right people. So I want to quote you. Frank Wolf does not hesitate to tell Christians here that Nigerian Christians, quote, feel abandoned by Western churches. That's the right message. Frank Wolf.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it's a great crowd. I didn't see the crowd coming in. It's a great crowd, and I thank you for the invitation. And my views today are my views. I don't represent anybody. I don't lobby. I don't think it's appropriate for former members of Congress or anybody to go lobby for, particularly for countries of particular concern. These are my views. The CPC designation for Nigeria. The CPC designation for Nigeria is a credit. Is a credit to President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio. I want to thank them, and I want to commend Congressman Chris Smith for all the work that he has done on Nigeria for many years. In fact, as he brought this to my attention in my last year of Congress, the Nigerian issue would not even have come to the attention of the entire Congress had it not been for Congressman Smith. Quite frankly, I think Mr. Smith should get the Presidential Medal of Freedom to honor him at the White House. I'm also grateful to the work of Congressman Riley Moore of West Virginia and the work that he has done. And in the Senate, I want to thank Senator Cruz for his efforts to help the people of Nigeria. I have monitored events in Nigeria closely since my trip to Nigeria in the Middle Belt and other areas where attacks took place and during my term as Commissioner of the U.S. Commission for International Religious Freedom. We know and see the reports almost daily of horrific attacks and the killings happening in Nigeria. Tens of thousands of innocent Christians have been murdered in northern Nigeria, and Christians in farming communities continue to be killed. Moderate Muslims also face difficulty. People are dying almost every day, and it seems, unfortunately, to be getting worse, and it has been going on for years. Nigeria has remained among the most dangerous place on earth for Christians, according to Open Doors watch list. But it is not enough to talk about how bad things are without taking action. Knowing is not doing. You can know something, but with what you know, what do you do? The CPC designation is not enough. We need to find ways to use the CPC designation to stop the violence and the killing and let the Nigerian people live in peace. What do I think? These are my own personal views. Should be done in order to help the Nigerian people. The position of the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria is currently vacant. So there needs to be an appointment quickly. You need to have an ambassador over there quickly. And the next ambassador should be a person who's close to the Trump administration, not necessarily a career diplomat, and close to Secretary Rubio also. And this person should be committed to ending the violence and helping bring peace. As I said, this appointment needs to happen soon. The issue of Nigeria is so big and so important that it must be front and center. There should be a high-level person on Secretary Rubio's staff or an assistant secretary like Bob Destro when he was there, who was given who is given the responsibility to monitor daily what is happening in Nigeria on a daily basis, every day, and should give an update on Nigeria to Secretary Rubio every week. This should be on the Secretary's schedule and a report of what is going on in Nigeria every week. The Public Affairs Office at the State Department should be circulating reports and articles to the media highlighting the events in Nigeria. Also, the issue in Nigeria must be bipartisan. My best friend in Congress was a Democratic member from Ohio, Congressman Tony Hall. We would work together on issues of Africa. We would travel there. We would be friends with each other. We would come together on how we were going to solve the problem, whether it be in Sierra Leone, wherever we would go and see Sudan. I urge Democratic members to work with Republicans to end what is going on there, the killing of Christians and moderate Muslims, and to give the Nigerian people an opportunity for peace. You all, everyone in this room, should urge members of Congress to create a bipartisan Nigeria caucus. There should be a Nigeria caucus up here on Capitol Hill, which meets at least once a month to keep the issue before Congress. House and Senate members should be encouraged to visit Nigeria so they can see firsthand what is going on and to meet with religious leaders and government officials. They should go to the areas of conflict and not just to Abuja or Lagos, but go up in the Middle Belt and go north and see and talk and listen to what is taking place. Many people have said, so goes Nigeria, so goes all of West Africa. The goal should be to have this issue well, and this is the important point, should be to have this issue well on the way to resolution before the end of the Trump administration. Because we don't know what the next administration will do or what the attitude will be with regard to Nigeria. So this issue should be well on the way of being resolved by the end of the Trump administration. Again, knowing is important, but knowing is not doing, and we have to do it. Thank you. God bless.
Okay. Leo Terrell, who's going to be my friend, is a fearless civil rights attorney and lifelong defender of the persecuted, the bullied, and the targeters. Today, he serves as the head of President Trump's task force to combat anti-Semitism at the Department of Justice. Under his leadership, that task force has gone after anti-Semitic harassment on college campuses and filed federal hate crime cases against people who intimidate Jewish students. Leo Terrell has sent a message that the United States will no longer tolerate religion-based hatred on American soil. And that is precisely why he belongs with us today, because the evil that assaults and even murders Jews in America is the same evil that burns a church in the Plateau State, the same evil that beheads a pastor in Benue, or drags a Christian schoolgirl into captivity for refusing to deny her Lord. Leo Terrell understands that jihadist hatred knows no border, and neither must our response. Please join me in welcoming Leo Terrell.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come here in several different positions. I'm a proud American. I'm a Baptist. I am a civil rights attorney for 35 years. I work in the Department of Justice. I head the task force to combat anti-Semitism. And I work for, in my opinion, the greatest president in my lifetime. What we have talked about is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. This is the issue of right and wrong. You see, besides being a civil rights lawyer, I'm a school teacher. And I know the fundamental basis of this great country. We have received our inalienable rights from our Creator of rights, liberty, and justice, and it's codified in the First Amendment. So I lay that background out because when I hear the need to get Democrats and Republicans together, no. An issue of right and wrong is clear. I am committed to fighting religious hatred, fighting for religious freedom. So this is a no-brainer. And I ask you, set aside your differences regarding politics. Set aside Democrat, Republican. It's doing the right thing. It is easy to stand before you and fight for combating anti-Semitism. I'm not Jewish, but it's the right thing to do. It's easy for me to sit here and tell you that the murdering of Christians in Nigeria is wrong. I don't need to think about it. It's fundamentally wrong. And I will sit here and tell you, if we're going to be honest with each other, we have a president in this country right now, a unicorn, who's taking action on religious freedom and liberties. That's why I had this task force. Forget about your differences on everything else about that man. But when it comes to religious freedom, he has made a commitment. I have listened to these great speakers. I have listened to the problems that's been going on for years. And I applaud you, sir. Talk is cheap. There's been a lot of talking. It's clear what the problem is. This president will take action. This president can take action. And he has demonstrated. What has happened is, year after year after year, you hear speeches about doing something. I'm not a politician. I'm just a person committed as a civil rights attorney for religious freedom and religious liberty. And we need to stop this killing, this genocide. The same way I have the attitude and commitment in my current role as head of the task force to combat anti-Semitism. I have that same commitment to fight Christian murders in Nigeria, any type of religious discrimination, and pursuing religious freedom. So what are we going to do about it? Do we have to hear someone to tell us what is right and wrong? When we know, we see it, it's understood, it's fundamental to this country that religious freedom shall flourish. We have taken that mindset beyond our borders. So I think it amazes me that the discussion is, what are we going to do about it? We have to stop it. And as I sit in this country here today, I look at the absence of this discussion of the issue in Nigeria. The crickets are deafening. And those countries and these individuals in this country who talk about doing the right thing, I don't hear them. I don't want to mention any names. CNN, MSNBC, New York Times. We have an obligation to do something right now. And so I applaud my speaker that was ahead of me. We have the right president. We have the Secretary of State, the right individuals. You have the right guy in the Department of Justice committed to fighting, eliminating genocide. But it takes more than us in this room. We have to expand our base. You know, people always have a hard time understanding why a black Baptist is head of the task force to combat anti-Semitism, because it's the right thing to do. So it's easy to be up here saying we have to stop the genocide in Nigeria because it's the right thing to do. So for those who knew me before, and I'll close by saying this. I had a job at Fox News working. But when the president called me and asked me to head the task force, and I had the opportunity to serve God and country, it was easy for me to leave. Let me add to you and tell you, let's do something. Let's not talk about it anymore. I left Fox News. I'm in Department of Justice. Let's expand our obligation to eliminate that. And when we talk about getting international support, let me be very clear. We're talking about the United States of America. Okay, that's who we're talking about. Because that's too vague for me. That's very ambiguous. As a lawyer, that's vague. It's the United States of America. And if we're going to be honest, it's President Trump and Marco Rubio. And it's those individuals who care about doing the right thing. God bless America. God bless Nigeria. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tony Perkins. For more than 2 decades, Tony Perkins has led the Family Research Council, which is one of Washington's most effective voices for religious liberty here and abroad. He served terms as president and vice president on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. He's testified at Chris Smith's March hearing in 2025 and said that Nigeria is the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian, and he urged the United States to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Tony Perkins.
Good afternoon. It's good to be with you. I will say I'm a white Baptist, so not as dynamic. I'm working on it, Leo, working on it. I got to get my rhythm down. Stephen asked me to come, and I wear many hats. I served in the United States Marine Corps. I've served in public office. I've been a police officer, served on the Commission on International Religious Freedom, but I've also been a pastor. And one of the things that we can do is understand that what we are facing are the forces of darkness. You know, during my time on the commission, I adopted Leah Sherbu as my prisoner of conscience and prayed for her every morning and met with her family, and I have advocated for her before Congress. And I am grateful for Frank Wolf for the work that he has done for decades on behalf of the persecuted, and echo his comments on Chris Smith, who I was with yesterday. During President Trump's first administration, we were successful in working with Secretary Pompeo when I was chairman of the commission to get Nigeria for the first time designated, only to have it reversed by the last administration. And we were very close to having a special envoy being designated for Nigeria, and that was stopped after the election. But we have to understand the spiritual darkness and the forces that are at play. And so I take nothing away from what has been said. I amen everything that has been said. It is America. I thank you for putting a fine point on that. When we talk the international community, it's America. If we lead, some others will follow. Not many, but some will. But it's up to America to lead. And I know the world is a very dangerous place. There's a lot happening in the world. But to Frank's point that every time I've met with him back, even when he was in Congress, he would ask me the question, where's the church? So that's why I'm here. And Stephen has asked me to come. And that's the aspect that I want to focus on. You know, in recent years, the situation facing Christians in Nigeria has moved beyond those isolated incidents to a sustained pattern of violence that now demands our attention, not only as policymakers, but as believers and as people of faith. You know, we gather here today at the U.S. Capitol, which is an emblem of hope and freedom for people around the world. But we're here not just to discuss a geopolitical issue, but to recognize that there is a human and a spiritual crisis in Nigeria. It's all across various parts of Nigeria, particularly in the Middle Belt, the northern regions. Christian communities being targeted by militants, including elements associated with the Fulani herdsmen and other extremist groups. Entire villages have been attacked, families have been displaced, churches have been burned, and for many, the simple act of worship has become an act of courage. As Christians, and I want to speak for just a moment. I want to speak to Christians. I'm putting my Baptist pastor hat on here for a moment. I should say robe, not hat. We don't wear hats in church. Would we tolerate this in our communities? Would we allow this to happen in our country? Why are we allowing our brothers and sisters to be enslaved and to be murdered and to be run from their homes? So what are we to do? Yes, we can look to our policymakers, and we appreciate them. Senator Cruz, thank you for being here. Appreciate all that you've done. Ted and I go back a long ways on this issue of Nigeria. But the church must pray. We must be gripped by the brutality of the attacks on our brothers and sisters in faith, and first pray. Now somebody say, well, what's prayer? We need action. Yes, we need action, but we must first recognize that this is a spiritual war that is raging over the continent of Africa, targeting the Nigerian people and the church in particular in Nigeria, that is growing and influencing the entire continent. There's a reason behind this attack. And we have to stand with them first in prayer and then in action. And so I would challenge the churches of America that it is time to pray for our persecuted brothers and sisters. We should devote time every time we gather to pray for the persecuted, and Nigeria should be at the top of our list. We look to policymakers, but are we looking to the King of Kings? The one who has the power to move the hearts of kings and leaders. And I don't want to just talk about it. I want to pray about it. And I'm going to close my time by praying for our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Lord, we pray that you would protect the Nigerian Christians and the others. Lord, we pray for all human beings who are created in your image. And they bear your image, and therefore they have value and they have significance. And Lord, this is not an issue, as been pointed out, about scarcity of resources. This is about good and evil. This is about life and death. And so we pray for those that are being targeted and attacked. We pray for, Lord, walls of protection around them and the exposure of the militants and the terrorists seeking to harm them. And Lord, we pray that there would be others that will stand with the Christians and the persecuted in Nigeria. And I want to pray for those, Lord, that have every family that's been touched by this violence, every individual that bears the scars of this evil, that your supernatural healing power and comfort would be upon them. Lord, we pray also for those, even the perpetrators of this violence, that they would be struck by the evil that they've been a part of. And Lord, they might come to know the truth, that salvation would come to them. And Lord, we don't stop there. Father in heaven, we pray for peace for Nigeria, that there would be a swift end to the violence affecting that country. Stir in the hearts of the Church Universal, beginning in this country, to see the end of the violence of Nigeria. We stand with our brothers and sisters, and we pray that, Lord, if the leadership that's in that country won't stand for human rights and the protection of their people, remove them and put those in place who will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Ted Cruz is a hero to the people of Nigeria, and he is perhaps today's most vocal U.S. lawmaker on Christian persecution in that nation. Let's be clear about something. We all know here there's an elephant in the room, and that is the religious ideology that inspires the jihadists to rape and murder, and it's taboo to mention. Senator Cruz speaks truth to the obfuscators. Just yesterday, he said jihadists have killed 50,000 Christians in Nigeria. Let's not forget that. His bill, S-2747, is currently still before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Please let us welcome Senator Ted Cruz.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Tony, thank you for that word of prayer. I needed that. I can't speak for anyone else, but I needed that today. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. I want to thank the International Committee on Nigeria and the Endowment for Middle East Truth for hosting this critical forum today. The more we work together, the more we gather like this, the more we shine a light on the atrocities happening in Nigeria, the closer we get to resolution. In the Gospel of John, Jesus tells us, if they persecute me, they will persecute you also. As Christians, we know that persecution is part of our walk with the Lord. Since the church's founding, Christians around the world have been captured, beaten, and even killed for their faith. I want to begin by taking us back a few weeks to March 29th. Palm Sunday services were held around the world, ushering in the most holy and somber week Christians observe. Believers were united, waving palm leaves and branches, reflecting on when Christ rode into Jerusalem before his betrayal and crucifixion. But in north-central Nigeria, a very different Palm Sunday unfolded. On that single day, 53 Nigerians were murdered in 3 separate killing sprees. And the attackers were all targeting the same thing: Christians. Families were broken in a matter of minutes. Lives were stolen and cut short. And Christians in Nigeria yet again mourned another tragedy. This attack, both tragic and vile, is not unlike the persecution Christians in Nigeria have faced day after day, week after week, year after year. Even last year, more than 240 Christians were slaughtered in Nigeria during the season of Lent and Easter. Hundreds of stories like this have been documented, and more than 52,000 Christian Nigerians, 52,000, have been murdered since 2009. There is no place on the planet where more Christians are being killed than Nigeria. And these are not isolated incidents, they are part of a pattern. A pattern of targeted violence, systematic intimidation, and a failure both within Nigeria and across the international community, to condemn and to take meaningful action against these crimes. Boko Haram and other Islamist groups have waged a ruthless insurgency marked by unspeakable brutality. They have burned churches to the ground, abducted and raped women and children, and executed Christians simply for refusing to renounce their faith.
Well, what is it exactly we're talking about? Can you hear what I'm saying?
Many years ago,
Hello?
during the Obama administration.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Miriam Ibrahim.
Hello? Hello?
Miriam was
Hello?
imprisoned
Hello?
in Sudan.
Hello?
She was
Hello?
imprisoned, and she was sentenced to receive 100 lashes, and then to hang by the neck until dead for the crime of being a Christian. Miriam had her toddler son, Martin, in the prison cell with her. And she was pregnant, and they delayed the sentence till she gave birth to her infant daughter, Maya, whom she delivered while she was in leg irons. Now, I spoke about Miriam Ibrahim multiple times on the Senate floor, calling for her release, trying to shine a light. I will tell you, I begged President Obama to say her name. Samantha Power, the UN ambassador, Samantha Power, to her credit, did say her name. She spoke up for Miriam. And I said, why will Obama not do this? I don't understand. But even though he was silent, others around the globe were not. And so much light and attention was focused on Miriam that the Sudanese government relented and released her. And I actually had the opportunity, Tony brought her to D.C. I had the opportunity to meet her. I'd never met her. Little bitty woman. Can't weigh more than 95 pounds. And a quiet woman. And I remember asking her when I met her, look, she was told, we will torture and murder you unless you renounce Jesus. Now, as Christians, we all hope we know what we would do in that circumstance. I've never faced that. I've never looked in the eyes of my captor who would torture and murder me or murder my children. And I asked her, I said, Miriam, how did you not lose hope? How did you not despair sitting in that prison cell with your babies? And she looked at me with a peace that I still remember. And she simply said to me, Jesus was with me. That's powerful. That was powerful when Miriam went through it, and it is powerful now in Nigeria when Christians are going through it week after week after week. Religious persecution has come into the spotlight over the past years. But for too long, the stories of communities being destroyed have not made national or international headlines. More than 20,000 churches and Christian schools and institutions burned to the ground. Systematic oppression. So as Christians, and as human beings, we have an obligation to act. By the way, yesterday at the hearing that you referenced, Senator Cory Booker said, well, we should be concerned about the Christians being killed in Nigeria, but what about the Muslims? Why are you not concerned about them? And you know what I said? Of course I'm concerned about the Muslims. And yes, Boko Haram and the jihadists murder Muslims as well. And that is wrong and evil. But what they're doing to Christians is systematic persecution. They are deliberately singling out and persecuting Christians. And I did point out, I said for years, I have also been calling out communist China for imprisoning over 1 million Muslim Uyghurs in concentration camps. While the Biden administration continued to funnel millions of dollars to communist China that kept those concentration camps going. So let's be clear, as Christians and human beings, we have an obligation to speak out against murder and torture and slavery and atrocity wherever it might be found. But when Christians are being systematically persecuted, anyone who remains silent is complicit. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act to protect Christians along with other religious minorities facing persecution in Nigeria by holding accountable Nigerian officials who facilitate Islamist jihadist violence and the imposition of blasphemy and Sharia law. And understand, the government is actively complicit in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia law as tools to target and persecute the Christians. Government leaders like to say these are rogue terrorists doing this, not us. But the government's hands are not clean. In many instances, they are actively enforcing the laws used for persecution, and in other instances, they're simply looking the other way. This legislation will impose targeted sanctions on Nigerian officials responsible for facilitating violence against Christians. Now, I'm very pleased, following my urging, that President Trump followed through and designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. That was a very important decision the president made. And as awareness of the persecution has grown, we can say this is a step in the right direction, but there is more that can and should be done. As people of faith, as advocates for human dignity, we are called to something higher. We're called to speak. We're called to act. We're called to pray. Thank you for reminding us of that. And we're called to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who cannot safely stand for themselves. We need to continue shining a light on these atrocities for justice and for an end to persecution, for peace. Forums like this are critical to our shared mission of ending Christian persecution in Nigeria. So I want to thank all of you again. This attention, this light is powerful. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for standing up for those united to us in faith. I want to leave you with a verse of encouragement from the book of 2 Corinthians. We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed. Perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not abandoned. Struck down, but not destroyed. We always carry around in our body the death of Jesus, so that the life of Jesus may also be revealed in our body. For we who are alive are always being given over to death for Jesus' sake, so that his life may also be revealed in our mortal body. So then, death is at work in us, but life is at work in you. I look forward to continuing this fight alongside each and every one of you. And may justice prevail.
We're going to like this a lot. Okay. Wonderful. not here. You're God. I know, from a study, but you're God. Here? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put him next to the sun. You're God, yeah. Okay. Wow. So I am honored and lucky to be able to introduce my friend, Pastor Dumasani Washington, who is the founder and CEO of the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, IBSI. Before that, he was the outreach director of the over 10 million member Christians United for Israel. Dumasani is a pastor and an author. I love his books. You would be very, very lucky if you ever got a chance to hear this man preach. Pastor Washington has consistently called out the Western media's silence on the Islamist slaughter of Nigerian believers, and he has used his pulpit, his platform, and his partnerships on the ground to tell their stories when others will not. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Dumasani Washington.
I'm grateful to be here this afternoon along with my friends and my colleagues, and I'll be brief. Pastors and rabbis are long-winded. I'll attempt not to do that. Long before I started the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, which has been 13 years now, as a young pastor in Stockton, California, our church would hold persecuted church conferences. So I was first exposed to the issue of the universality of the persecution of the church, Christians, while I was in college in the 1980s. I'd never heard of it before. Grew up in church, was a Baptist as well. Became a preacher at a young age, but had never heard of anything doing with the church or Christians outside of the borders of the United States of America until I was in college. And oddly enough, it wasn't Africa. It was a friend of mine who had done a missions trip in Europe who came back to tell me what he had experienced. It was later on in the 90s, before the internet was a thing, that I somehow got exposed to what was happening in Sudan, and later on heard about the work of my dear friend Charles. Began to write letters to my representatives in California, and we would do persecuted church conferences, as I said, as a young pastor. And of the many things that I found in doing the work were the parallels between what our brothers and sisters, particularly in Africa, were going through, and much of what would happen here earlier in history where the African American community was concerned. You see, the fight for civil rights, it wasn't what it was called in an organic way. It was just a fight for dignity, a fight for access. Whether you're talking about the beginning of the 1900s or the beginning of the NAACP or the 50s and 60s, which are often the glory days. What often would happen is that those black leaders, who were often pastors, teachers, workers, were fighting for access. They were fighting for the right to be able to live, to educate, to do. And the fight, in the Hollywood sense, would often be depicted as a fight against this white person or that white person, this white sheriff, this white mayor. But the reality of it is that the strength of what was the Jim Crow system came from the federal government and from the state governments. The lynch laws that had to be enacted, which should have been manifestly evident within the Constitution, had to be inserted because they did not apply to black people. And on and on. Hence the fusion of the black and the Jewish alliance, because if anyone knew what the black folks were going through, Jewish people did. I say that for this reason. It was 2014, Bring Back Our Girls, when our organization that had only started the year before began to speak out, because long before the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel was formed, I was already an advocate for what was going on with my Christian brothers and sisters in Africa years before. The two things got fused. You don't have time. I don't have time to do that today, but suffice to say that as we followed the story, we recognized that the horror that was Boko Haram, the Fulani herdsmen, and other had another backstory when it came to the United States of America. See, this was the Obama administration, and I came up not so much in the civil rights leader's home, but definitely in my parents, particularly my mom had a big mouth, so I have it as well. I tend to say what I'm thinking. That's not always the best thing to do, but I found that it lets me sleep at night. What we found was that Boko Haram was being covered for by the then State Department led by Hillary Clinton and then by John Kerry. See, our government was well aware of what was going on with Boko Haram. And when Nigeria, then under Goodluck Jonathan, who I'm not advocating for, I'm an American. I know I look Nigerian. Most of my DNA is Yoruba, but I was born in this country, yeah, in the house here. So our organization began to speak out. We began to speak out about the duality and the duplicitousness of the American government in aiding and abetting terrorists that were destroying Nigerian Christians. Well, people thought we were being partisan. I am a registered independent. I speak to power to either party. I don't care who's in office. I try to do it respectfully, but I'm also a pastor. And we underscored the need for there to be accountability. As a matter of fact, our State Department at that time refused to list Boko Haram as a terrorist organization until Bring Back Our Girls, and they were shamed into doing so. President Obama's wife held up a hashtag, Bring Up Our Girls, although he knew exactly what was going on. And the girls were never brought back, by the way. As a matter of fact, a couple of them have been sent back as suicide bombers just a couple of years ago. We were monitoring this whole thing. So when the first Trump administration came in, we applauded his willingness to be the first president in decades to actually speak of Christian persecution in office. When then newly elected President Buhari was in DC, he said to him, "Why are you persecuting Christians?" Likewise, we have been critical of the current administration for not so much the silence, but for this part here. One of the things that's not spoken of the several elephants in the room, is some of the funding for the terrorism. You cannot be an effective terrorist without the money. AK-47s cost lots of money. IEDs cost money. And there are top terrorism producers that unfortunately are not being held into account by the most powerful government in the world. I'll say them out loud, you don't have to. Turkey, Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Their hands are not clean. The civil war happening now in Sudan is a proxy war between Arab powers, but it's not discussed. It's not talked about. Who's paying for it? The Christians that we are coming out. So I leave you with this. Speak truth to power is not just a phrase. The reason I reference the civil rights community from which I descended is that in order for them to do what they had to do, say what they had to say, they ruffled feathers and were often targeted, attacked. If we in this room will be effective in quelling this violence, we too will be targeted. We too will be attacked. I leave you with this now. I've got to do my clothes. I'm going to take my offering and everything. Here now, we stand at a crossroads because it's already been said, not only is Nigeria the largest population and the largest economy in Africa, but at the same time, the terrorists are throughout. The Houthis are based in Yemen, yet they're in southern and western Africa. ISWAP is an acronym, Islamic State West African Province. Their headquarters is Syria, not West Africa. And our government is aware. And these things are not being taken seriously. And the head of Syria there, al-Shara, is very aware of what ISIS is doing in West Africa. These are the dots that are connected, that are affecting everything that's happening. We must take our opportunity as the citizens of the most powerful nation in the world and hold whatever administration accountable, Republican or Democrat, to make sure that the blood is not on our hands. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's my very deep honor now to be able to introduce to you Professor Walid Faris, who is a native of Beirut and has become, for 3 decades now, one of America's foremost experts on terrorism in the Middle East. Among his 15 books are Iran, the Imperialist Republic and U.S. Policy, Future Jihad, Terrorist Strategies Against America, The War of Ideas, Jihadism Against Democracy, The Confrontation, Winning the War Against Future Jihad, and others, and many other books. Professor Faris served as an analyst for Fox News, and he's now at Newsmax. He has advised the U.S. Congress, the European Parliament, the United Nations Security Council. They didn't listen to him. He served as foreign policy advisor to presidential candidates Mitt Romney and Donald Trump, who probably did listen to him. Walid.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. It's a pleasure and honor to be again in a forum on Africa, but specifically today on Nigeria. I would like to thank David and the work, amazing work of education of Emmett. I would like to thank you, obviously, as the engineer of this movement and the International Coalition. My dear friend of 28 years and my colleague and ally, Dr. Charles Jacobs, with whom I've started to work in America on persecutions in Africa and on jihadism. And Professor, also thank you for being here. I'm going to wisely use the few minutes I have to do 2 things. Number one, to tell you about my own little quick journey. Why am I here now? Where I was coming from. To understand how Nigeria's events that are happening right now, especially the massacre and the ethnic cleansing of defenseless communities, including the Christian community, but not just the Christian community. Speakers have already spoken about the fact that though there is a persecution and an ethnic cleansing of specific Christian communities, Muslim communities as well who are anti-jihadists, who are neutral to jihadists, have been also dealt with violence by the jihadists in general terms. My journey started, and you may find it a little bit surprising, as a young kid in Lebanon, Beirut, Lebanon, but I was interested in politics early on in my life, and my older brother helped me as well. One day in the late 60s, he showed me newspapers and pictures of massacres taking place in Nigeria. We were always overwhelmed by the Arab-Israeli conflict. That's the only conflict that exists in the world. Then wait a minute, why were there up to, and you could correct me, 1 million Christians in Nigeria killed in the 60s? And I was a kid and wanted to know more about it. So I tried to focus on the matter. 10 years later, out of my college, I published my first book in Arabic, so it was not well read in America. And I published a photo, a picture of Nigerian persecution in Nigeria. And that was my first writing about the matter. It was later translated into French. Copies are in Congress, so on and so forth. Then I left Beirut. Why did I leave Beirut in 1990? Precisely because of the same reason. The invasion of the free enclave of the Christians in Lebanon at the hands of a multitude of jihadist regimes and organizations and etc. That was the shock that forced me to leave, not just to go seek for a job. I didn't need a job. I had a great job. I was a lawyer and successful one. But for the purpose of educating others, for the purpose of teaching. I actually had a career of 20 years teaching in colleges here. And in every course on the region, Nigeria had a place. Africa had a place. But after 9/11, I started to move and shift my interest from persecution and etc. to try to know who's behind this. It's not happening by itself. It's not a digestion issue. There is a worldwide movement which we've baptized. I don't like the term for the jihadism. This is when I started to meet with friends like Charles and others, and we attended conferences, and then we started to develop concepts like this one, meaning speak up, tell the American public. And why the American public? Well, it's easy, because America is the biggest country in power and ability. It intervenes, it helps, or if it has different type of elites, it won't help. Like a speech that was given in Cairo in 2009, where then our president, and I'm not partisan as well, I am registered as an independent, to satisfy what the Muslim Brotherhood wanted from the United States. And there were 8 years of this, of support to the movement of the Brotherhood, to the Islamic regime in Iran. We went here, before we look at Nigeria or Lebanon or Syria or Yemen, we went through 8 years of actually diverting our attention from these persecutions. That's why many among you and NGOs said, why is it that the American public doesn't know? Because there was a policy. There was a policy of partnership with the Brotherhood, with the Khomeinists, and etc. That is something. It's not just on the left, it's also on the far right, as we see right now. People who consider jihadism as a colleague, as people who are doing yoga or something like that. So I was very honored in the 90s when I met Charles to have also had the experience of giving briefings in Congress and testifying to Congress. And who was the first congressman I testified to about the matter? He's sitting here, Congressman Wolf. Who was the second one I testified to, Congressman Smith. So I had been able to do as much as I could and interact with these members who are the key players in making sure that the American public is educated and making sure that the administrations are doing the right thing. After 9/11, we worked with Emmett and other sister organizations, and we reached a point where focusing on the jihadist movement gave us a lot of explanation, not just about what is happening, what we should do about it. The most important briefing I gave to AFRICOM, I used to brief significantly our agencies or many national security agencies, and I pushed on the issue of Nigeria and also the other parts of Africa. And I brought a map with me to that meeting. I think it was about 2010, 2011. And there were all the generals and the analysts. And I showed them on the screen, this is the map of Africa, and every green dot is a location